Hey, this is Rydo. This video that's about to play is part 2 of the Steam Wishlist 2018 cleanup for games that start with the letter S. You could watch the first few minutes of part 1 for a better explanation of everything that's going on. But if you've watched any of the previous Steam Wishlist cleanup videos, then you probably know what's going on. It just went really long covering games starting with S. Enjoy. Ming, who is whatever she is or whatever this game is, doesn't really matter because it's brand new and doesn't have enough reviews. So I'm just gonna put it on the follow list. Oh yeah, I remember this game. Seems like a slightly interesting or funny game where you're plotting out the path that this astronaut is forced to be swung around. It kind of has the feel of a cell phone game, certainly, but it doesn't look that terrible. And yeah, I don't know where you get where you would get a better name than Sling Ming. And I assume they just chose to make a Chinese character after they thought up the name. Like, if you ever wanted to see a game that was probably thought up after the game was designed, this is probably that. See, this developer hasn't made anything else. No big surprise there. Let's move on. Next we have a game called Slipstream, which is a 2018 arcade style racing game that is in the style of the Cruisin' series, or what is it? Breakaway series? Getaway series? I think it's the Getaway series. Not the Cruising series, that's the Nintendo one. Now, the game that this is a spiritual inspiration from is, I believe, in the Sega collection. So, we could play the original too. I would like to see, if I was to play a game like this, I'd like to compare it to the original and find that things are a lot better. Because the original was an arcade game designed to steal quarters, and it was pretty difficult to even get past the first section without crashing the car completely. So if this version kind of had a no-fail mode, that would be great for me. It seems like they've added some dialogue element. Let's see if we could get a comparison. My 1990s dashboard seems like it is a simulation of a toy that was around when I was a kid. Interesting idea. I don't know if that really should be a video game. Insanity's Blade has nothing to do with that. Atari Volt. The game I'm thinking about wouldn't have been an Atari game, so that one doesn't have anything. Razortron 2000, isn't it? New Retro Arcade Neon, isn't it? Although this supposedly lets you run emulators throughout its environment. Neon Drive, isn't it? But looks like it might be slightly interesting. Super Knight Riders, isn't it? So there's a lot of games like this. I don't know if that's because it's easy to make racing games. I wouldn't think it's super easy. Outdrive, isn't it? Let's see. Let's see. Like, it's like if Sega made Outrun Mania and added Vaporwave. It's amazing. Yeah, Outrun is, I believe, the name of the game. And so people really like the music track, which is interesting. And let's scroll back. Did we see if this developer had made anything else? No. But yeah, Slipstream seems like it deserves to be on the wish list. My 1980s dashboard, on the other hand, this is ridiculous, but I think I might actually put this on the wish list too. Like, crazy as that may sound. And see, now I'm just going down a rabbit hole where I'm looking at other games and adding more games because I'm looking at other games. The Hardest Dungeon. This doesn't look particularly interesting. So, plus it's early access, so I'll not add that to the wish list. Insanity's Blade is mostly positive. Platformer. So yeah, I'll add this to the wish list too. Yeah, I'm just adding more games and taking away. But it's working too, because this is games. Oh, and this is the developer who's developing Battle Princess Madeline, the Ghouls and Goblins, Ghosts and Goblins clone, except for as a female character because allegedly his young daughter wanted to play as a girl, and that's how he kickstarted and announced his game. So but the guy was a programmer first, so it feels like he's probably using his daughter as an excuse to virtue signal and have an excuse to make and sell this game. That being said, I can put it on the follow list. I am perfectly fine to say if this game comes out that it's a great game, and I am perfectly fine to say it's a horrible game and rip him a new one because of it. There is also slight dangers of naming games and characters in games after your child. Dante's Inferno was a game, a AAA game that was made that they literally 3D face scanned or 3D body scanned one of the developers' babies into the game, and knowing that those babies were then going to get turned into monster babies that you spend the entirety of the game hacking and slashing, or the entirety of a level at least, which that's probably not a tasteful way to immortalize your child. This game, Dystopia, on the other hand, it's rated positive, but it doesn't seem very relevant. So I'm going to close that. Neon Drive, rated very positively. It's already in my library. So I am set up for a Outrun series of just playing a bunch of racing games. Here's an interesting one. Never seen a racing game that went anime, or although this might be more of an anime style by a Western developer than an actual Japanese animator doing anime styles. I'd have to see a few more to decide. The fact that it's English only probably implies that. This is rated 86% positive of 99 users. I really wouldn't give this game the time of day if I was just looking at this. This looks kind of generic, but it probably is also the only opportunity to play an Outrun style game on motorcycle, which is a slightly different experience, I would imagine. But boy, does this look boring. And it's called Night Riders, but half of the scenes I'm seeing are not at night. Which, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's see if this game developer's made anything else. Well, they made Light Fairy Episode 1. Or they like Light Fairy Episode 1. I guess that's upcoming release. Yeah, we're not making progress forward, we're going backwards at this point. So yeah, Light Fairy Episode 1, a modern turn-based JRPG inspired by retro classics. So if this is not a Japanese developer, this is a Japanophile developer. Certainly they're going for the anime style. Apparently it's similar to Plague Inc. Evolved. It's supposed to come out pretty soon. And this one is actually in Japanese language. I guess I could put this on the follow list, but odds are very low. Very, very low. This would make it to the end. Particularly since it's just a episodic release on a JRPG. Now this animation style too also looks way better than the previous game. This I can see and say, yeah, this is an anime style. Whereas, let's see, if I clicked here, this would be an anime style, frankly, a few decades ago. Like, if you were talking Galaxy Express 999 anime style, or early 90s anime style, this would totally be it. But it just doesn't have that newer artistic take to it, the moe style that's more common now. Characters are just shorter, they look slightly younger, and the eyes are probably even bigger. There's just a slight difference there. Let's see, we have a game called Outdrive. It's mostly negative. Why is it mostly negative? Let's see. Fun for about 5 minutes. Gets boring if you play more than 5 minutes. Quickly gets boring. So I guess it gets boring. I can't really question any negative review and say that they're being dishonest. Like, it is totally possible that people somewhere might have bought paid people to go on Steam and just trash their competition, but I kind of don't believe that really would happen. I don't think game developers are that cutthroat. I don't think they have that much money. I don't think this game is actually on my wish list in the first place, but I'll put it on the remove pile anyways. But yeah, I can't really question the motives. And that's kind of a statement for life in general. You don't usually get anywhere in a situation by questioning the authenticity of someone speaking. You just take their statement, take what they're talking about, and take it as one point, one opinion. And then sometimes you'll agree with their opinions, a lot of times you'll agree with people's opinions, and sometimes you'll just say, you know what, I'm just gonna go my own way and try this game anyways, even if there are several people saying it's bad. But no, sometimes all it takes to push me over the edge is just to hear that other people don't like it. Now this is from Insomniac Games, the creator of all of those games. It's called Slow Down Bull. It didn't get played by a lot of people, certainly. I don't think it really caught anybody's attention, is the problem, and it was just a small indie game from Insomniac Games. Like this game is maybe got more of a message in it than you would want for a game that seems like what all you're doing is directing a bull towards collectibles. Hey, there's a pun there. Collectibles. The fact that it's Insomniac Games potentially makes it relevant, but it is really a question about whether Song of the Deep is relevant, because I'm not really sure I want to play Song of the Deep. But yeah, I think the way this is gotta break down is I do want both Slow Down Bowl on the wish list, which it already is, and I want to add Song of the Deep, and maybe I'll never get around to actually playing either one of those games or buying either one of those games, but I think they deserve to be on the wish list to at least consider. Next we have Songbringer, which, man, we are not moving fast here. This is a 80% positive pixelated game RPG. I'm gonna drink some water and let's see if we can find a video for this to play as I'm doing that and see some gameplay. So they're comparing it to Zelda. I'm not sure that that's quite what I'd compare it to, but I guess so. If it's the idea of Zelda 1 where you're in the dungeons and you get in a room and you have to fight several people that usually escape the room. I don't know why the 8-bit pixel graphics would be added to a game like this. This would appeal to me a lot better if it was a cutesy chibi anime characters or just anything but pixel graphics. I am seeing so many bad pixel graphics games. I've just developed a totally conscious bias. I realize that I'm biased against them. But the gameplay here does look good enough. It's 80% positive of 100 things. Again, maybe not $20, maybe I'd pay $5. Seems like even at that, it's pretty high. Seems like it's got 9 hours of experience and it's rated 68%. I don't think I'm gonna find an excuse to remove it from the wish list. Let's see. There's a lot of negative reviews here. Replay Hyper Light Driver, Dark Souls, or even The Binding of Isaac. So there's a problem here. A lot of people have gotten this via key and then because they got it via a key, their negative reviews aren't getting counted. See, this person likes the pixel graphics and they don't like anything else. I've seen enough negative reviews here. It's just so many of them were key activations that's changed my mind. And I don't think I want to play this game. It's a procedurally generated Zelda world. But how much would really change on a second playthrough? Probably not that much. What else is this developer made? There's free DLC. Let's see what the free DLC feels like. It's got 2 reviews. Yeah, I'm conflicted, and I guess if I'm conflicted, then I should just leave it. Yeah, just leave Songbrina on the wish list. We'll have to make a decision whether I put my money where my mouth is at some point in the future. Next, we're getting into the Sonic series. It's pretty easy as far as Sonic games to just say anything with Sonic in it I want to own because I'd like to review them. Apparently Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed Collection is overwhelmingly positive. Maybe it's a kid's game, E10 and plus, but it might be the closest thing also to a Mario Kart game on Steam that's good, because Mario Kart, like all Nintendo games, won't come to Steam. Moving forward, you have Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, which is rated mostly positive. This came out in 2010, whether this one came out when? Apparently no release date. I don't even know how they get away with things like that. Moving on, Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Now, I don't fully understand how the Knuckles add-on pack actually worked for Sonic games, but it somehow did, and it made for a slight change in the Sonic 1, 2, and 3 games, I believe. Yeah, I don't think there's much else to say there. I don't know if you really would want to play a playthrough through Sonic 3, or if I would personally, and I don't know if you really would want to play Sonic 3 as Knuckles a second time through. These older Sonic games are games that I just want to own on this account because I'm either going to get them for free eventually or just purchase them as part of the Sega Mega Drive and Genesis collection, which is just going to include basically everything Sega can sell from the Sega Mega Drive and Genesis era. And owning a game like this, you feel fine to then run a ROM of Sonic 3 and Knuckles in an emulator if you want slightly better experience, although I bet the experience doesn't change too much. Next we have Sonic 3D Blast. I was definitely a Nintendo kid. I didn't have a Sega, so a lot of these games I have no nostalgia for and no real interest in playing, other than maybe doing a 30-minute spotlight and just showing them off. Now, I'm sure a lot of people might comment and say, no, you totally should play all of the Sonic games, but do you really? Like, I'd like to see in the comments if people really think in 2018, having seen so many other games that are on the wish list, is it really worth my time to go back and try and play all the Sega games. Like, all the Sonic games. Not all the Sega games. I'm not going to do that, for sure. And see, this is just a generic trailer for all the games. And see, Comic Zone and some of these other games probably would interest me more than even the Sonic games to cover. But they're all brutally hard just because of their age. And there's probably not a lot of cheats that would solve that problem. Sonic 3D Blast, I believe, might be technically like the 4th game in the series. Next we have Sonic Adventure 2. I probably would go back and play the Sonic Adventure series because they're not that old. They're not that good, but they're not that old either, and it's a slightly different experience. It is at this point that I believe they started shifting Sonic from being the old 2D game where you were trying to get into flow and make it as fast as possible to the end and collect as many coins and not run into enemies. They started shifting from that to realizing actually the original Sonic games, Sonic 1, 2, and 3, were kind of designed poorly because you couldn't see if there was an enemy ahead of you, so you would just run into enemies like crazy unless you'd memorized the entire level. So when they started introducing 3D games and they tried to make it more kid-friendly, you got into scenarios where you would just automatically run forward and you could not really take damage and you could not really stop running or lose momentum. And the later Sonic games and the latest ones, for the most part, have played that way. They've been stupidly easy to, in a swing in the other direction, to counteract the fact that the original games were stupidly hard. Of course, the Sonic Adventures also add an adventure element, which is weird. So we also have Sonic Adventure DX. I assume that's the only version of Sonic. It's part of the Dreamcast collection. So we could also get Crazy Taxi, Jet Set Radio, Nights in the Dreams, Sega Bass Fishing, and Space Channel 5 Part 2. And I think pretty much all of those games are on my wish list, or should be on my wish list. Just, yeah, I want to own all the old Sega games and old Nintendo games if they were ever on Steam. I want to own them just on principles for more than anything else. Next we have Sonic CD, which is not a direct remake of Sonic 1. It's a completely new game, I think. So I really don't even know what order you would want to play all of these in. Then Sonic Forces, it came out in 2017 and is mixed as the one that people really didn't like. Stupidly easy, I believe, is part of the problem with this. We could come down here and see what people complained about. Like Generations, but generally worse all around. The controls like a nightmare. It's like there's invisible boost pads everywhere that cause weird acceleration and makes your character rocket forward with no warning. When you jump, it's like you give a random amount of acceleration. Basic hops that you wouldn't think twice about in any other platformer are kind of stressful here. The game compensates for basic movement being a struggle by having short levels that mostly play themselves and have only the most basic obstacles in platforming. So yeah, people not happy with this one. Here's a great video of just like how the game plays. You're just always going forward. Gotta go faster, gotta go fast. It's ADD or ADHD, the video game character. But Sonic is weird too. It's like, for Sega, they see it as a kid's cartoon character. It's never supposed to be anything more than that. For fans of the Sonic games, particularly the old ones, they see it as a hardcore, hyper-fast platformer for, you know, the hardcore gamers. And so there's that conflict there. In the same way that Nintendo looks at Mario and he's a kid's character. Mario games are for little kids. But then Nintendo Odyssey did a pretty good job of adding some little extras and winks and nods to people who can play the game better and are more hardcore gamers. And I don't think Sega has managed to achieve that yet. And then we have Sonic Generations Collection, which at a certain point some of these games might be overlapping, but I'm not sure if that's the case. It doesn't seem like that is quite yet. And Sega certainly milked Sonic for all it was worth. Now Sonic Mania, on the other hand, is the point where Sega just gave up. They said, you know what, we've got this fan who can make video games, and I believe he was already working on a Sonic fan game. They just gave up and said, hey, how about you take over and make a game? And you know what he did? He made the best Sonic game probably in a decade. Sonic Mania. I'm gonna drink some water. Let's watch this. Sega proudly presents. Let's see. I want to see. So, what did he do to bring Sonic Mania into the good graces of the Sega fandom? He made Sonic 1. He just made newer levels and newer layouts and brought back Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. And that's kind of all you needed to do, is just bring back the fun parts that people liked. Like, don't go 3D. Don't make it stupidly easy. Don't add a ton of collection of villains and other people. If you're going like Shadow, or if once you start adding any bad guys except for Eggman, you've gone the wrong direction, in my opinion. And this is from somebody who doesn't even really like this Sonic series, or really hasn't even played them. Just looking at the screenshots, it feels like Sonic is this Sonic game is way better. There's an Encore DLC. Let's see. And this was made by this guy who doesn't have anything else on Steam, and this guy who has nothing else on Steam, and this guy who has nothing else on Steam. That's always so weird when they add like 3 different developers onto the game. And then the Encore DLC is also very positively received. And it seems like they've added, well, they added a couple of characters I don't recognize. Play as 2 new characters with their unique abilities, Mighty the Armadillo and Ray the Flying Squirrel, and complete with up to 4 friends in expanded competition mode. Interesting. So it seems like what they did is they created a Sonic clone and a Tails clone that plays slightly different. Moving on, we have probably the Sonic game that I'm most familiar with, which is Sonic Spinball. And it doesn't even have any reviews, but I can tell you it's a moderately okay game. Like, it's totally worth playing for a little while. It has an interesting idea in which you're both controlling the flippers of the pinball layouts, and you have a little bit of air braking and control because you're controlling Sonic, so you can kind of save yourself a little bit. I'm not sure I ever really got past the first level, but yep, Sonic Spinball is my favorite Sonic. Next we have Sonic the Hedgehog, rated 95% positive. I think Sonic the Hedgehog 1 doesn't even include Tails. And then you have Sonic 2, which I think includes Tails. So yeah, you see how they're adding characters. It's almost traditional. Every new game should have had a new character added that play the same levels, or basically the same levels again and again. It's possible that they could add a character to the Sonic series that is somebody that just walks slow and takes their time, and that would be potentially a lot helpful for people who don't want to go faster as on a game. But I don't know if that would just ruin the levels or take in a very different twist. Next we have Sonic the Hedgehog 4, where they go 3D again, and it's 50% positive. So as soon as they go 3D, people don't like it. It's an actually rather interesting study. So zoomed in that going fast means death to things you have no chance of seeing coming. This is a problem with all Sonic games, by the way. A jump kills all speed instantly. Getting from 0 to speed is so slow and painful. This is mockery of the Sonic games. So yeah, people not happy with how Sonic 4 played. So I probably wouldn't play that one all the way through, in all fairness. Let's move forward. And it's episodic too, so you get another kick in the gonads for that. Not only do you have to buy the game for $10 for part 2, you have to pay $10 for part 1. I mean, just a total cash grab by Sega. Now the good news is this was 2012, so they've sort of come along, and at worst you can expect that they'll come out with like one bad Sonic game and one good one in the same year's time. But yeah, I don't know what else you do with Sonic. You should go Sonic 64, and you should probably get rid of the speed element completely, but that's what Sonic Adventure was, and that failed. So it's just a mishandled character that's forever going to be in the shadow of the Mario series. Every time the Mario series innovated, it was at least slightly interesting. Whether that's Super Mario 64 or Galaxy or Odyssey, there's a new twist on things that brings back the old fans. Next we have Sonico. Now this is tagged sexual content and anime and maturity and nudity. I know that's a sharp turn. This feels like what it is you're acting as an agent for a pop idol in Japan. We could get into a longer story of how pop idols in Japan kind of get exploited, and they're given way too strenuous schedules on the good chance that they will become popular, but there's also a very good chance that they won't. Mostly this breaks down into photo shoot modes and deciding what costume they're gonna wear, and rock music modes, and kind of doing a visual novel elements too. Now these photo shoot modes have now, since 2016, expanded to straight up groping modes, so it's not just taking pictures and leering at the anime girl. It's straight up, you have a hand and you can poke, massage, pinch, whatever. Which those modes kind of are built into an engine for visual novels called Live 2D Euphoria mode. So we're going to see more of those. It's probably not worth $35. It's probably not worth $17.49. Again, maybe I couldn't cover this game on YouTube. Maybe I could. There's 18 different endings to unlock. That's very visual novel here. The costumes, I imagine, are where you're going to get into the nudity and sexual content part. There's probably some costumes that straight up expose her completely, and it's kind of creepy. Totally, just describing the game. Certainly, you're gonna feel like a creep probably playing this game. Interesting cast of characters and rivals might be where the single player story happens. Apparently you're not actually the manager, you're just a photographer. The main story is 5 hours, completionist is 14 hours. What I'm not seeing here is the more modern mature content warning, so I don't even know if it really has any mature content. Let's see. Negative review. There's absolutely no nudity in this game. If you're so from that you can kind of tell the user popular tag there is wrong, but that's kind of good too, because that means that that I could play this game. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there is a patch somewhere that adds nudity and that's why it's tagged, because that often was the case on Steam. Moving on, we have Sonia, the Greatest Adventure. Sonia, I would wonder if this is supposed to be Red Sonia of the Conan series of comics and stories. This is a hidden object game, $6.99. I'm not really keeping single hidden object games on the wish list. Sure, it's mostly positive, but it has only 17 reviews and it's not going to get any more. So we can remove that from the wish list and we can just move on. Almost wanted to see, like, this developer on this game, wanted to see what else they've developed, which this is a dangerous click, certainly. And then this is just USA. I'm fairly certain is slightly recognizable too. So I'm gonna do a little research off screen for that. I'm gonna just hit Alt Tab and Alt Tab real quick so nobody sees nothing on that game, and I'm gonna continue to move forward there. Next we have a point and click adventure game called Sophia's Curse. 86% positive. Looks pretty creepy. Now this game, screenshots are suffering from what I call dark screenshot syndrome, where significant portions of the video is dark. Even for a horror game, you kind of don't want that. Man, this seems like this is a game where you're gonna just constantly get jump scares. So do the jump scares kill you, or do you just get to jump scare and move on? Because that's really what this comes down to. Is this really a point and click adventure game? It doesn't look like it. It looks like what you're doing is you're playing something closer to something along the lines of a Five Nights at Freddy's, but done even better. Like, I really don't feel like the Five Nights at Freddy's series of games is actually that good of a game series, whereas this looks actually very well thought out. And then this developer's made something else. Apparently it's also available for Android devices. So they brought it to cell phones. Let's see. It's 2 hours of gameplay. This feels like a game, again, if you got it for 99 cents, wouldn't be too bad to play during Halloween month. That being said, I'm not 100% sure it would go very long. It really would be a filler game. Something where I already have recorded almost enough episodes to fill out the month of October, and then I just need a couple more episodes of something else. And it's a jump scare game, and I probably would not get caught by most of the jump scares, but some of it might. As for this other game that's out, it doesn't have anywhere as near as much as the polish. And this came out in 2018, or this came out in 2016. It feels like you're going backwards, not forwards. See, I don't understand this. Why does this look way worse? Like, why does all the graphics look way worse? Free greaves for streamers, yay. I would, again, never accept that. Bad version of Five Nights at Freddy's. It's repetitive and the opening seems to be written by a child, not enjoyable at all. Yeah, I don't think this one would make it to the wish list. It doesn't look polished. And then Sponchies looks exactly like a Super Meat Boy game. It definitely feels like this is a developer just trying to ape some very popular games. Maybe that is in the pursuit of teaching themselves how to program or make games, but not feeling like there's a lot of unique ideas here. And it kind of does feel like they're going backwards instead of forwards in quality. Like, this was 2016. If these are assets that have been flipped, which, like, let's just assume they are, at least they were flipped and placed and done pretty well. But I would definitely have to think long and hard before I actually put my money where my mouth is and bought this game too. It really is just not my type of game. Next we have Sorcery Saga Curse of the Great Curry God, which says it's an RPG roguelike. Seems like it's half a dungeon crawler RPG and then half a maybe focused around curry game, although it doesn't seem like there actually is too much to do it. This is from Idea Factory, and this might be related to another series by Idea Factory, but probably not. Yeah, you have the chibi anime characters, or well, not really chibi, but they're even shorter than a standard moe character. So it's like half moe animation style and half chibi. And I bet there's a new phrase I haven't heard that will explain that better. Well, I guess I don't really need to do anything, just leave it here. I could downgrade this to a follow list. That might work. Yeah, we could be a little cruel and a little more picky and add this to the follow list, and that way in a year, when I still probably wouldn't have played this game anyways, we can come back and say, alright, how's this maintained its 77% positivity, or is it down to a lower list? Next we have Sorcery Part 3. I'm not sure I really want to play Sorcery because it's more of a kind of text-based RPG based on the Sorcery series. This doesn't look too bad, and it does look kind of unique, but I'm not sure if playing 3 would require me to skip playing 1 and 2, because I'm pretty sure I've played 1 or 2 on like my cell phone, and it was just a lot more text-based than it seemed like it would be. This doesn't look that bad. And this came out in 2016, so there's kind of no way I could knock this down to the follow list because it would still only have 30 reviews. Let's see. This is from the developer of Heaven's Vault. And 80 days. So parts 1 and 2 are the question. And then Sorcery 4 comes the question. And Heaven's Vault is already, I'm pretty sure, on the follow list. Let's see. Parts 1 and 2. Again, very positive. Must be thinking of a different game. This doesn't look too bad. It probably is somewhat more text-based than would be interesting to play. 7 hours if we just ran through it, and I think that's really where I'd want to go. Let's just make a very fast dash through playing parts 1 and 2. I would certainly have to be in kind of a special mood to play a game like this, because it just seems like it's missing a lot of the visual elements of the audio visual interactivity of a video game. Sorcery 4. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's changing too much, and they're slightly questionable whether they're just breaking up the same game into multiple elements so they can charge you $10 each time. Yeah, it doesn't seem like too much really has changed here. Let's see, I definitely don't want to pay $60 to play 4 different versions of a game, just because they're being sneaky. I guess in this instance it would be $23 to play 4 different versions of a game. But OpenCritic gives it an 82%, so people who did review it liked it. As for Heaven's Vault, it's already on the follow list, so we don't have to worry about that. Next we have Sorry James. Let's see, I have no idea what this is. I assume this is a game where you're like chatting with somebody and it's mystery and intrigue type stuff. Let's see. You're James Garner, a security engineer for Manus Corp, a lead tech in the company weaponry field. You've got an unusual task to decrypt company files. Usually these files contain unusual is that these files contain bizarre chat. Things become weirder when you realize that the job is to hack a love story. Why is this so important to Manus? What can be hidden in someone's conversation? What will you risk to find the truth? So, Sorry James is a non-linear story-driven puzzle game which takes the unusual step of storytelling. Now the funny thing, in the United States, at least last time I heard, it's actually illegal to hack or decrypt files. So if there was some reason to do that, you supposedly were supposed to hand it over to the FBI and have them hack and decrypt the files, any kind of files, any kind of encryption, even like the most worst encryption possible. Still, last I heard, was illegal. But certainly it most definitely would happen inside of corporations. But then also, why would conversations and stuff be encrypted and unable to be accessed by the corporation that owns the hardware and owns the files in the first place? Like, owns the computers. That's another part. Certainly not about this game, I don't think, but another thing that people seem to not get through their head or realize is like, hey, if you're on company time, on a company computer, hey, if they give you a laptop and you take it home, they still own everything and can see everything, and you just have to assume that every single computer you're touching that a corporation touched is compromised, and so you shouldn't be doing anything private on there or non-work related on there at all. But certainly companies encourage that too, where they'll give employees laptops and say, well, here's your laptop, you can do whatever you want on it and until there's trouble, and then they use that against you. Now for this game, because I'm getting off on a tangent, this might be a little boring. It's 3 to 5 hours. Seems a little simplistic. That being said, it's mostly positive, so I'll leave it here. I guess, how would you make a sequel to this? Sorry James 2? Or do you call it Sorry Jamie? But then you could only kind of make 2 games. Let's see. Yeah, if you were gonna make a sequel to this game, this is a pretty bad name for it. It's kind of a bad name in general. Moving on, we have a game on Steam. Yeah, that's all we're looking at is games on Steam. Soul Locust. It looks like an RPG. It's 66% positive and from 2015. Maybe it's like a card game? I'm a little questioning how this even got on the wish list in the first place. It's in early access since 2015. That alone gives me enough reason to remove it from the wish list. But on top of that, it doesn't seem like it's that interesting of a game anyways. It looks like it's a tower defense game. Yes it is. It says it's a creature collection tower defense game, which might be an interesting idea, certainly, but clearly it's Pokemon meets tower defense. Well, that's a bold claim that clearly you failed to meet, and this developer hasn't made anything else since then. Next we have Soul Saga, which is coming soon as a JRPG, so I don't have to make a decision here. I don't know if this developer has made anything else either. Like, it would be pretty bold to make a JRPG as your first game. Well, yep, that's that. I'll put that on the fall list. It actually said it was supposed to come out in October, but it's not. Why I would want to play this game over so many other JRPGs is the big question, and the answer is probably I wouldn't. Next we have Soul Calibur. This one's an easy one to leave on the wish list. I want to play all the Soul Calibur games that are on Steam, which might just be Soul Calibur 6. It's rated very positive, so people are liking it and having fun with it. Every time there's a new fighting game like this on Steam that comes out, it makes an interesting question, I guess, about how many of the older fighting games still need to be played, because it pushes all the other games down as far as relevancy comes to. Yeah, looking here, Soul Calibur 6 is the first one to come to Steam. That's not super surprising. Japanese developers, Bandai Namco and such, are getting to the point of supporting PC more and more, and hopefully they're getting better at making good PC ports and not just bad PC ports. Soul Calibur is a slightly interesting fighting game because all the characters are supposed to be using swords or elements. This has the Nier Automata 2B character is going to be added to it. I don't know if there's much else to say about it. Season Pass, provocative anime fashion. They're gonna get you to pay another $30 to get more characters. Soul Calibur probably would be a better system to play, a better game to play after a Game of the Year Ultimate Edition was made. I think somebody recommended me to play this game, Tiny Metal. I'm gonna double check and see if this is on my wish list, because I think somebody recommended it and people seem to like it. Really doesn't look like much of a game, but I might just be being a little snobbish because of the graphics style. And then, yeah, the first bit of the DLC for the Season Pass is Tira, and seems like people aren't happy with her as a character, but that might just be picky fighting game elitists too. Alright, we have a game called Soulcaster next. I'm hoping I'm close to the end. This game has no relevancy as far as I can tell. It's a tower defense game. It is? Yeah, apparently it is a tower defense game. And it's been as low as 99 cents and it still has only 9 reviews. This is from the developer who made Scapegoat. And Scapegoat 2, and then they went in a different direction. Yeah, I see nothing here. Nothing at all. This one's getting removed from the wish list. That being said, I'm willing to double check. See, Steam's just like totally messed up. View the unfiltered games. Like Steam is so messed up right now. Let's see. I need to be back here. That's where I need to be. Moving forward. Next we have a game called Soul Set, which is tagged visual sexual content visual novel. Just definitely seems like a more Western animation style. Although it's still definitely getting that heavy anime influence. And see, as much as I love anime as an animation style, I don't want to see all of the rest of the world adapted and adopted. I want there to be more variety in the way games are made, and the way games look, and the way animation is made and looks. In the same way, I wouldn't want everything to look like a Disney Pixar movie. Let's see. Where are we? It's 97% positive. I think that's good enough to leave this game where it is. I don't think that there's really too much more to say about that. Other than, yeah, there was a lot of lewd sex games under S. Here we have a visual novel with multiple endings in a Chinese settings, and the problem with games like this that are in Chinese settings is they often are done very poorly and will be designed to just kind of trick people into that. This is one of those games that is English simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, so you know it's a pretty much a Chinese developer. Let's see. But I guess it's 95% positive. And the good news is we haven't yet hit a point where like China has literally just gotten into vote manipulation. That's pretty much what almost let's see, English translation, all Guineas. The English translation felt lacking on release, but the developer quickly acknowledged the issue and got to work on fixing it. While the translation present in the game now is not the final version, it already reads better and erased the doubts I had on release, and this was in 2017. Yeah, I think the next thing we'll run into is we will start seeing a lot more Chinese manipulation. In particular, it would have to be review manipulation of Chinese people typing in English, which is kind of easy to recognize. So, like, that's by default. Steam filters out those reviews anyways, because yeah, I can't read this. That being said, yeah, if I'm gonna get tricked by one game, that's not terrible. This looks like it's a fine visual novel. I'm not sure it's the one of the many I would get. So we could try and see the other games that this developer has made, and yeah, it seems like a lot of them are rated very positively. Which often isn't the case. Chinese don't like to play bad games either, so they will negatively review games, and they're getting much better at it as they're starting to see what is actually available to the rest of the world. Up until recently, most Chinese players were playing on Tencent's own servers called WeGame, and now people are they're finding ways to get around the Great Firewall and just play on Steam. This is weird. This game, Soul Worker Anime Action MMO, both because of the fact that it's just search engine optimization here, but I'm also fairly certain that, like, screenshot for screenshot, some of these shots look very similar to another game that's on the wish list that we've looked at already. That being said, it's rated mostly positive. It is a free-to-play MMO game though, so I don't think I'd actually play it. I'm just kind of leaving it on the wish list because of that. So here's the other game, Closers. And look at that screenshot at the beginning where you have 5 characters on the screen and they're holding their weapons. And come back to this. 6 characters on the screen holding weapons. Or this. 6 characters on the screen holding weapons. So it's kind of like the same idea. And maybe it's from the same developer, so that's the idea, that they've just decided to clone their same game and reskin it. Let's see, we can just check this actually very easy. But I'm actually spending way too much time on this. So this is by Line Game, Gameforge 4B. This is by Natic Games and Mass Entertainment. So it's just like somebody cloned somebody. This came out in 2018. This came out in 2018, February 26th, February 6th. So, yeah. Somebody seems to straight up have stolen ideas. And both of these are free-to-play games, and both of these shouldn't be on the wish list, but they are. Moving on, we have Sound Dodger, which is a bullet hell style game shooter with rhythm games. I have no rhythm, so I probably couldn't play this game. It does have some relevancy because it's an Adult Swim game. Let's see if we can get away from the flashing lights. Seizure-inducing flashing lights. So it's rated very positively, but honestly I probably would only spend 5 minutes with it. You can auto-generate stages from your own music. That's interesting and helpful as a YouTuber, because that means I can use not copyrighted music or open source music, free licensed music. That's probably what's keeping this on the wish list, honestly, is just the fact that you can use your own music. Otherwise I'd take it off. And now we're getting into South Park games. This is again something I kind of would like people's feedback. Do I really need to play the South Park games? If you're super into South Park, which I don't think too many people are, play the games. This is the second one, The Fractured Butthole. Apparently it's 71% in the last 30 days, where it was 68% before, so it's gotten a little bit better. But I'm not sure I really would want to go for such a long time on a mature RPG like this. 16 to 25 hours for the sequel. And then you have the overwhelmingly positive original game, Stick of Truth, which I guess people definitely liked it. I heard a lot of good reviews of it. It's 11 to 18 hours, so it's a little bit shorter. It's 85 on OpenCritic. Yeah. I just don't know if it's really necessary to play these games. And how far do you go? If they make 2 more of these games and they're super long, does that change things? I'm thinking these colors are being done by a plugin, and it's highlighting games on the wish list or games on the follow list, or that I own. I bet green means I own it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I own this. I probably want to turn that off if I knew which plugin was doing that. And this is made by Obsidian, who, yeah, they made Fallout New Vegas, but they severely doubt, and they're probably right, that they'll ever make another Fallout game. And they made a bunch of Star Wars games, but they don't have the license to making Star Wars games. And they have Pillars of Eternity, which, with people not liking Activision Blizzard and Diablo at the moment, maybe a lot of people would move to Pillars of Eternity. No, wait, that was Path of Exile that people were thinking about going to, not Pillars of Eternity. But yeah, I question the relevancy or how important it is to play this. Again, also, if I played this and put it on YouTube, how much of that do I have to censor? How much is gonna get me in trouble? Get me potentially demonetized if my channel was monetized, which it isn't, but at some point I'd like it to be. How much of that might just get a community guideline strike, which could potentially remove all of my channel and all of the many videos I've made. Moving on, we have Space Ace. This is a nostalgia pick for me. There isn't probably a ton of actual legitimate reason to play Space Ace, but I've never played it before, but I know it's historically important. It's one of the first like Laserdisc games where you have these QuickTime events to solve things. Although I don't think Space Ace is the first one. I think it's what's Dragon's Lair? Yeah, Dragon's Lair 1, Dragon's Lair 2. I think were the first Laserdisc game, and they're all from the same developer. And yeah, your main story is 19 minutes. Play as a completionist for 3 hours. You might very well, to play as a completionist and get all the achievements, I wouldn't be surprised if you have to die in every single scenario by hitting the wrong QuickTime events. I know most people hate QuickTime events, certainly, but in this instance it's probably okay because of the history around it. And I'd be willing to play a modern QuickTime event game, maybe in full motion video live action, or maybe just animated like this. There's some real hand animation going on for these games. Dragon's Lair came out in '83. This came out in '84. I don't think it's super popular. This one came out in '91. Right. And then we have Get Off My Lawn by the same developer, which is a free-to-play game that's already in my wish list. As far as it's sort of a Plants vs. Zombies style game, I believe, just with a different perspective. Yeah, I should have played that when I covered Plants vs. Zombies, but I probably didn't see it at that point. Next we have Space Invaders Extreme, where it's more Space Invaders, so yeah, I checked this out. 93% positive. I don't like to play a lot of shoot 'em ups, but Space Invaders has that history behind it, so we've run into a couple games that are historically important, so I'd cover them. Next we have Space Chem, which is supposedly a programming game, kind of like Factorio, but with also chemistry in it. Interesting. I guess slightly interesting. It's from Zachtronics, the same developer who made Infinifactory and Shenzhen IO and Opus Magnum. Honestly, I probably should play Opus Magnum and then work my way back to Shenzhen IO, and then if I'm still interested in playing their style of games, which is kind of all they make, work my way backwards to Infinifactory and Space Chem. It wouldn't be the highest priority or the first one I want to play. Let's see. Space Plan is an experimental piece of interaction based partly on the total misunderstanding of Stephen Hawking's A Brief History in Time. Okay. This looks like a low effort game to me. Yeah, whatever this is supposed to be, this doesn't look that good. Yeah, I don't know why this would have made it. It's an oddly charming clicker with beautiful visuals and storyline. It doesn't make you wonder though. Sounds like this is just weirdness for weirdness sake. Really doesn't do anything original and great engaging with incremental games. Just play universal paper clips or cookie clicker. And see, I don't think I'll be covering any more clicker games until I at least finish and get all the achievements on time clickers, which I'm probably never gonna actually achieve. I don't know if it's actually possible. Now this is published by Devolver Digital, and I guess that's where that's why that was on the wish list. But yeah, Space Plan looks pretty boring. Moving forward, We have Sparia, which looks like a Tetris style game or Puyo Puyo style game. With a fighting mechanic on it? Interesting. Let's watch this. Now, honestly, this game, even if I do keep it, I probably need to put it on the follow list because it says it's early access from 2016. So they either need to finish the game or abandon the game and admit that they abandoned the game. This looks cool. Like the idea of little ninja characters coming in and doing special moves while you're playing Tetris is an interesting thought, and seems like they put a lot of interesting thought certainly behind the different types of characters you could play as. So I really want to get behind this, really do, but it has like 12 reviews and it came out in 2016 and it says it's in early access. It's been as cheap as $10. It's $10 right now. I mean, like, yeah, this looks cool. This looks like a cool idea, but I don't think I could ever justify purchasing it. Let's see. And the developer hasn't made anything else. So I've got to bump this down to the follow list. I just got to. If they had lowered the price, if this was a $2 game that had been on sale for $1, I would have been cool with it, even at the low number of reviews. You can see in the recommendation engine here, it doesn't seem like I'm seeing anything that's super similar. Like some of these games very well might be match 3 games, but it doesn't really seem like that. Hero Never Loses, Perplexing Puzzle Boy. Let's look at that one. Hey, there are match 3 games, certainly. There are Tetris games, certainly. Let's see. Let's see. No in-game tutorial, no actual story. The game has an option labeled story. It's primarily just versus CPU option with increasing difficulty. Once you finish the highest level, the game just falls off. Needs at least rudimentary instructions. Let's see. Too much of a match 3 game, not enough of a Tetris Battle Gaiden game. Let's see. What are the most recent reviews, by the way? This one is the most recent review, I guess. Over here. And see, Puyo Puyo Tetris, if I pronounce it correctly, is already on the wish list. So, yeah. This one's going to the follow list, and that's being pretty generous. Where here we have a game that also is tagged early access from 2015. Oh, man, what is with people making early access games and then abandoning them? They're saying it's similar to You Must Build a Boat. Super Puzzle Fighter. Let's see. Super Puzzle Fighter may actually be on Steam, come to think of it. I don't think I want to add this game to the wish list though. I know Marvel Puzzle Quest is not well received. Yeah, this one does not look good as Asperia does, so if I was going to play one game in early access, I'd probably play that one. But let's just search Super Puzzle. There's Super Puzzle Platformer, and then Fighter. Yeah, there's no Super Puzzle Fighter. Let's see if there's maybe a Puzzle Fighter. Nope. No, nothing. Nothing matching Super Puzzle Fighter on Steam, unfortunately. That's just how it kind of goes, is there definitely are games that are just not on PC and not on Steam that you miss out on. Let's see, what is this? A card game from 2008 called Spectromancer. It's an online card game. $9.99. Yeah, I don't think this can stay on the wish list. It's too old and it really just has no relevancy at all. I like the art style, but then I don't like how it looks like the cards really don't have anything written on them or do anything. And it seems like this is the playfield, and so there's just a significant amount of content being hidden. So I guess what you do is you click on something and then it brings it larger here and tells you what the character does, and then you put it on the field up there. No thanks. That one's getting removed. I think we're close to the end, but it very possibly isn't the case. And see, this developer hasn't made anything else that I think I could consider adding to the wish list. This other developer hasn't made anything else either. Now the weird thing here is on the old search, when you click this, it searches publisher : 3 Donkeys LLC. But when you click this, it searches developer : which that's slightly helpful, but it often isn't at all helpful. And it explains why they introduced a new publisher beta function, but I still don't think it's been implemented greatly. This one I don't have to question because it's came out this year and it is below the threshold of reviews, so we can just put Speed Brawl on the follow list and move forward to try to gain some momentum. Next we have Speed Dating for Ghost, very positive game. Very weird game, certainly. Like, I get it. It's a weirdo game. Most people won't be super interested in it. But I love playing weirdo games, and this is one of those. And certainly it's a dating sim. So we'll leave it there. It's funny as this came out in 2018 and it's already been pretty much forgotten. Next we have a game called Speedrunners. I'm not really sure I want to play any kind of speedrunner game. Particularly since I'd only be playing it in single player. And so the vast majority of this is designed to be played by either local co-op or online co-op. And honestly, this looks like a much worse version of other games that I've already removed from the wishlist. So even though it's very positive, I know what it is, and I know it's not something that I particularly want to play. And it has items available for purchase in game. Gross. The Gianna Sisters series is what I'm thinking it looks like. But apparently the Gianna Sisters aren't even getting listed here. So let's just show that for a second. Gianna Sisters, Dream Runners, for example. This came out in 2016, this came out in 2015. Look at just the polish and the graphics here for what is basically the same game. Yeah. And I didn't even add the Gianna Sisters to the wishlist for the same reason. Don't want to play those kind of games. Next we have Spellshire, which looks like it's an RPG with spelling. I think I recently added this because I wanted more spelling games. It's just barely over the threshold and 82% positive. So yeah, that stays on the wish list. Next we have Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy, 2003 game being republished by THQ Nordic. It's rated 91% positive. I love the idea of mummies, old school mummy games and stories. I feel like they should be brought back more. But yeah, no but really in that case. It's just, yeah, I think they should be brought back more, and I'd love to play this game. I don't want to really pay $15. Maybe I'd play $3. I am a very frugal, cheap gamer if I can get away with it. Next we have Spider, the Rite of the Shrouded Moon. It says it's an adventure. I don't remember this game. It plays a spider, craft webs of your own designs to trap the insects and leave the mysterious black-bird estate covered in cobwebs. A new, unique blend of action puzzle gameplay tasks you on a dark adventure through an abandoned mansion built by a secret society. Now, the thing about spiders, and it gets kind of ruined here as we're seeing this game that looks actually very interesting. The thing about spiders, though, is they don't have enough energy to attack creatures out in the open. They simply would starve to death if they tried to do that. Now, there are certain spiders, like trapdoor spiders, that will wait till something gets close and then come out of their trapdoor and grab it and eat it that way. But most spiders build the web so that something gets caught in the web, struggles for several hours to days, and then they can liquefy the insides and drink it. Spiders are kind of anemic in the literal sense that they drink the insides and the bloods of characters. This feels like this might be a race game too, so this would be very interesting to see how it plays. I'm gonna add this to the top of the wish list because it just feels like such a weird, unique game. I've never seen play as a spider. Certainly a concept that could be done more often. And has this developer made anything else? Made Waking Mars is the only other game. I believe it's already on the wish list. But whatever, we'll see what this is. Yeah, it's already on the wish list. So I don't really have to do anything with that yet. We can deal with that later. Next we have Spirit Sphere, which is a local multiplayer game that draws inspiration from things like Zelda and Windjammers to very different styles of game. Let's see. If this is a local multiplayer game, I can never play it. So, just to leave it at that, this one has to be removed. I'm sorry. I probably just typed in Zelda on the Steam at some point. I don't remember doing this, but I must have. And I must have just been looking for anything that claimed to be a Zelda clone. But yeah, this is a Windjammer / Palm clone / Arkanoid clone. The same concept has been done so many different ways. Has this developer made anything else? No. So yeah, can't do anything more. Moving forward, we have a game called Spiritual Warfare and the Wisdom Tree Collection. This is a religious game, and I had thoughts about covering religious games, particularly Super 3D Noah's Ark, which at first I thought, yeah, that might be interesting to go back and look at the style of games, if not the actual games that were available on the NES, unofficially unlicensed, that had Christian stuff put in them. But then the more I thought about it, it's kind of just an unfair representation all along. The games were never good. They were clearly designed to trick people into buying them based on their religion. So there's a dishonesty in how they were originally sold. There's kind of not really a honesty on how they're being sold now and how they're being played and covered now. So it feels like I would really just be playing these games to kind of dunk on them and just insult them, and I don't think that needs to be done. I don't think that's a fair thing. Now, if a brand new game by somebody who seemed like a very honest and succinct and devout and proselytizing Christian came out, and that's what their game was about, I'd be totally willing to play that. But if it's just there to sell a few more copies, and it's just a simple clone of other games, which is all this really was, particularly Super 3D Noah's Ark is literally just a clone of Wolfenstein 3D. Yeah, I just don't see a reason for that to be covered. And that put me forward because of my plugin that stops me from having no, actually, or did it put me forward, or did it put me back? Man, we've got so many more games to cover. I haven't covered any of these, have I? Nope. Let's just keep going back. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. LMNOP QRST. So yeah, we haven't seen any of these games. Alright, there we go. We're back. Sort of. So this was the last game that we looked at. And yeah, we've got a lot more to do. And so at this point, I'm gonna take another break. Yeah, it's been long enough. I knew S was gonna be long. T is gonna be even longer. I probably should have thought about breaking S up into 2 different episodes too, but it's too late for that. That's gonna no, I almost started wrapping up here. I'm gonna take a break. The video will continue. It'll be no delay for you. you might want to pause the video and take a break yourself. Okay, we're back. So 2 breaks already. I really should have broken up this stream, this video, if I knew it was going to be this long. We still got a lot to go through too. Next game we have on the wish list, which I assume, yes, this is the next one we've got, is called Splasher. It's rated very positively, came out in 2017. What kind of game is this? Like, a lot of these games I guess I am giving too much consideration to and thinking about way too much when I really shouldn't have. This looks a little bit like a Super Meat Boy clone game, honestly, and since I couldn't play Super Meat Boy, this is probably not the right kind of game for me. Yeah, this looks a little too difficult. I'm literally afraid of these style games, so I'm gonna take Splasher off the wish list. It really is a subjective choice here. This is for me personally. I don't think I can play Super Meat Boy style games. Even if somebody said that, oh, it may look like this, but it's actually super easy, I don't think I'd get much enjoyment, even if that was the case. So let's move forward. Next we have Splitter Critters, which is a brand new game that doesn't have enough reviews, so we can just put that on the follow list. Easy enough. Paste that down, move on to the next game. Next we have a game called Spoiler Agent from Tiny Build, which is a recognizable developer, but I don't think that they are known for publishing a bunch of... it's a comedy platformer that you play backwards, in the sense of how do you start with a boss fight and then work your way. Oh yeah, I remember this game. So the entirety of the story goes in the opposite direction, where instead of jumping on enemies, you unjump on enemies and unjump on coins. There's a slight question about, is this game really playable, or is it super difficult? You can see at the end of that video, anytime you made a mistake, you got a time paradox. So you have to touch all the shadows of coins to bring them back. You have to jump on any enemy that's jumped, but you can't jump on enemies that have been jumped. Yeah, interesting. This might be a crazy game though, certainly. It's been as cheap as 59 cents. Let's leave this on the wish list though. I see no reason to remove it. Next we have Spooky Cats, which is rated very positively. It's another platformer game. I have probably far too many platforming games on the wish list. Let's watch some gameplay here, because I think I could probably justify removing this from the wish list. And I'm not sure that there's enough of a reason to play this game other than Ghost Cats. Like, I really don't like the idea of playing the entirety of the game with very little visibility, and it seems like that is the case. Seems like this is a pretty basic platformer otherwise, and yeah, I'm really not seeing anything. Not seeing enough here to sell me on this. This has been as low as 74 cents, but This really does feel like a generic game. And if we're looking at some of these other games that are being made by this developer, and they feel very generic and simplistic. I know I had Domino Sky on my wishlist at one point, but I think I took it off. And I think I have to do the same for Spooky Cats. Yeah. And even if I saw amazingly good reviews down here, which the first two reviews I see are negative, yeah, too simplistic. I've got way too many platformers. Spooky Cats is not going to make it in the top 50. Let's move on, gain momentum, keep on going. So here we have this game that was streamed and got a little bit popular, Spooky's Jump Scare Manor, which looks all friendly and cutesy, but actually eventually does have actual horror in it. So it suckers you in, and then it changes the narrative on you, subverts your expectations. Now this came out in 2015 as a free-to-play game. I guess there's a DLC that would have a hospital theme on it. And then Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion HD renovation came out in 2017, and honestly I don't know if too much really changed, but I guess the game maybe changed a little bit, or the graphics changed a little bit in the time being, like in the 2 years. Yeah, the graphics look slightly better, but I also feel like the screenshots are implying that the game changed a little bit too. Also, I guess this is a good way for them to get $10. So you released your game as free to play the first time it got very popular, and you get $10 out of people. Although, again, this game very possibly is in that level of being only popular because streamers played it, not popular for any valid reason. Let's see. This is weird. Man, it is just not working too, because this is made by a completely different developer. Like, so did somebody steal the idea? That might be the case. It may very well be that somebody just stole the idea straight up. Or it might be that they changed their name, but you generally wouldn't want to do this. And I guess somebody could continue to steal the idea over and over again. Both the games have been on Steam for several years, and I never heard of any complaints. Moving on, we have Spore. There's a question of relevancy for playing an old Maxis game that was supposed to be this amazingly cool idea, but in reality it's kind of a cool idea that nobody really wanted and nobody really played. There's a long introductory third of the game where you're playing one kind of game, and then there's a second part of the game where you're playing a completely different type of game, and then there's a third part of the game where you're playing a completely different type of game yet again. So the first part, you're an amoeba that's just swimming around or in the water, and you're gaining attributes and changing your character, and eventually you evolve up and you become a land-dwelling creature, and you're running around the land with other creatures. And then the third part of the game, once you get past this part, which I don't think many people actually do get past this part because it's just so incredibly long, there's a third part where you go into space, and then you're zooming out and doing space elements. It'll be interesting to see if the video even shows that section. And the idea of procedurally and randomly generated other species is a cool thought, but an unnecessary thought. A totally unnecessary thought that never goes anywhere. Yeah, you get to the city building stage. I don't think I saw anybody actually make it that far to vehicles and cities and warfare. It's just like trying to compress the concept of evolution to such an extreme amount for really no good reason. And yeah, just you're getting just little bits of the space part because nobody made it to that part. I think it was just a ridiculous idea. It's almost like the merging of three random and separate games. Let's see. There's also Spore Galactic Adventures, which I wonder if that is a standalone game. 12 to 52 hours of gameplay. What is the average playtime? 16 hours? 3 minutes? Average in the last 2 weeks, 4 hours and 5 minutes. Let's see. Crashes a lot. I think I probably don't want this on my wish list, but I'm gonna leave it. But honestly, even at its historical low of $3, I'd probably never buy this game. This is another game where somebody would have to tell me that it's actually worth playing. Yeah. Let's see. This feels like this is some weird DLC that's not being sold as DLC. It says it's compatible only with Spore games purchased from Steam website. If you purchase a Spore game with any retailer other than Steam, the same version of Galactica versions, this version won't work. And that's the same thing here in this case. So I imagine these games install directly into the main folder of Spore, and having like more parts to build the creatures sounds interesting, but it's not really. Next we have a game called Spread Storm, which looks like a laser puzzle game, but I don't have to really consider it because I can just put it in the follow list and move on. I do have a pretty long list of games that are going to be removed and moved to the follow list, so I'm interested in that. Next we have Spring Bonus. This really is only on the wish list because it's from Grey Alien Games, developer of or publisher of Regency Solitaire. I think it's the developer. I don't think this one deserves to be on the wish list. Match 3 game with bunnies. It's reviewed universally positive as far as the reviews we saw. Very few people have played it. And they want $6.99 and it's gone down as low as $2.37. It looks like a Candy Crush clone, and almost certainly I could find a better, more well-known Candy Crush clone. Yeah, I think it's kind of ridiculous to leave Spring Bonus on the wish list. Also, it's kind of ridiculous to even think about playing a Candy Crush clone on my channel. That would be a huge waste of time. And I don't know how many people are even into Candy Crush at this point. So this is getting removed. Moving forward. Wow, we might be relatively close if we're at SQU. Squid's Odyssey. Looks like it says it's turn-based RPG. Really? I need to see some gameplay. It's a single player only game. Build your team of squid heroes for an epic turn-based battle against corrupted crabs and shrimps. It seems like it's the idea of marble rolling. Except for instead of rolling marbles, you're rolling your squids. This is a crazy thought of a game, certainly. Just in the way it looks. I guess I don't even have to consider this. I just looked at it and realized it came out in 2018. I can just put it on the follow list. Yeah, that's way easier. Way easier. Just put it on the follow list. Don't make decisions. I've made plenty of decisions already. We'll wait for another future date. Same thing as for Squirgle, which I don't even remember adding this to the wish list or having ever seen this before. And it came out in June 2018. And it's really easy to forget games when you're looking at so many of them just on a weekly basis. Again, just move it to the follow list, move on. Next we have Stage Presence, which is tagged VR, but apparently you don't need VR. Let's see. Let's see. It says full VR support. Let's see. So what this looks like is a karaoke simulation game, but they're saying it's a comedy horror karaoke game where you need to use your voice and wits to win over a fickle mob. But I guess the question would be, do you really sing? I think you do. And see, I've seen similar games like this, sometimes with actual online people, which it does say it has online multiplayer. But this also looks like it's very much a joke game. Yeah, it's a joke game around the idea of using Twitch streamers and I guess YouTube streamers slightly too to make it popular. It's from Tiny Build. It came out in 2017. It's 73% positive with 23 users, so it clearly failed as an idea. Let's see. Gave up after 5 minutes. Can't recommend this game currently. It's a shame. It's a very good idea, but it's not very well executed. Let's see. There's a multiplayer option, but nobody's online. So Comedy Night is a similar game that I was thinking about. Yeah, I did certainly see some games that were I saw some streamers that were playing Comedy Night, but clearly nobody played this, and there's no way I could really play it, even ignoring the fact that I have no rhythm and have no interest in singing on stage or showing off. Yeah, Stage Presence gets removed. Next we have Standpoint, which has 6 reviews. Came out in 2015. Manipulate the world's orientation to discover the truth of the voices around you in this first-person puzzle platformer. standpoint. You know, this could just be a really fancy looking low effort game. Let's see. It very much could just be that. Or it could be an actual attempt, an actual puzzle. Puzzle game of sorts. Although it's not, almost certainly a bad idea. This looks like it's just guaranteed to make you motion sick. See what the reviews say. No point in playing this, you can't jump. Caught in a nightmare. This game is neither an interesting monologue nor an interesting puzzle mechanic. Graphics are fine, but all else seems to fail. Yeah, this feels like it's just not a polished experience. Whereas if I played something like the Talos Principle, that would be a lot better. And then a lot of people are playing this game since it finally came out with, I think, the last expansion on it. The rest of these games are either on my wish list or don't want them on my wish list. So standpoint is going to get removed. We could throw this developer a bone and see if maybe they have something else that might want to play. Like Warp Ball looks like a pretty generic looking attempt at a sports game that I'm not interested in, so let's close that tab. Next we have Star Control Origins. I feel like Star Control in particular had some history of story behind it, where the original creators of Star Control are claiming to be the original controllers, but like Stardock Entertainment is saying actually they're not the original creators, and there's like two different games coming out competing against each other. In the end, if I am going to play a game, it's going to be because it's good. The fact that these are mixed reviewed tells me that I shouldn't play this game. Also, it doesn't look that interesting. It might very well be the case that I own some style of Star Control or something else similar to it, but this specific one doesn't need to be on the wish list. So easy choice there. And moving forward. Next we have Star Ocean: The Last Hope 4K and full HD remaster. This is a Square Enix anime JRPG game. I'm fairly certain that there are some other Star Ocean games that aren't on Steam. This looks certainly weird and interesting. Weird and interesting fashion. It's mixed reviews at 63% with 11 reviews the past 30 days, but it's at 70% over 584 reviews. Is this probably the top one of the top 10 JRPG games? Probably not. So once I do decide to decide whether I'm playing any JRPGs, that's when I'd come back and look at this and say, is this really worth even thinking about owning? Price is not too bad at $20. I imagine it's a pretty long game if it's a JRPG. Single player only, people might have problems with that. Seems like it's kind of the idea of you land on these fantasy lands through space and do a lot of fighting and grinding. It seems odd to have fantasy characters or fantasy looking characters mixed together with sci-fi stuff, but I mean, this guy straight up has lightsabers. Maybe I could learn to love it. Let's move on. Next we have a game called Star Sky. Seems like a simplistic walking simulator where you're literally walking. $3.99 is probably too expensive. 99 cents is much better. There's a sequel and a third game in the series. So 18 Steam achievements, so it's not like an achievement game. It's just attempting to get a lot of money out of people for this bundle. Yeah, and this is $10 right now for these 3 games. Yeah, I don't think $10 for 3 walking simulators is worth it. See, and this is a very recent release, so who's to say there isn't Star Sky 4 in production? Yeah, yep. This is not going to stay on the wish list. That's just unacceptably too expensive for games that are just coming out too often. Like, alright, in fairness, he's releasing one every year, but it's still too much money for such a short game. And I bet this developer, well, this AGM Playism has the bundle, the developer's element, publisher beta enabled, so you can't even see if this specific developer has something else they've made. Let's move forward. Now we're going to get into the Star Trek series, and like the Sonic series, it's kind of just like blanket, I want it on the wish list. Maybe I don't really want to play it. Maybe it would just be a 30-minute game and that's it. We have Star Trek's Timelines here, which is a free-to-play RPG that's mixed reviewed as our first Star Trek game. I know I definitely covered a Star Trek collectible card game that should be listed in this. We have Starfleet Command from 2016, Starfleet Command Gold Edition, so it's a remaster. It's not compatible with Windows 10, it says. Or at least that's what it's what I take from that, but that may not actually be the case. Steam is giving up support for Windows XP, so some of these notices need to be updated. Some of these games are pretty old, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are slightly difficult to get running, but I imagine it's not a big deal. Here we have Star Trek the 25th Anniversary, which this was straight up an NES game that's been ported from Interplay Software. This is very possibly one of the few Star Trek games to actually make sense to play, if any of them make sense to play. It's kind of like the Star Wars books. Some people think that the expanded universe in the Star Wars made it a better series, and it probably did, but I think for an average viewer of the Star Wars movies, the idea of reading a lot of other books, like hundreds of other books, is a ridiculous one. The idea of playing Star Trek games for an expanded universe is a pretty ridiculous one. Here we have Star Trek Judgment Rights, which looks like it's a slightly older, well, slightly newer NES one. I'm pretty sure 25th Anniversary happened first, which also goes to show how old Star Trek was if that was the 25th anniversary back in the NES era. Next we have Starfleet Academy, which is actually rated rather positively, and I believe this is the one where it's mostly full motion video. I think this at some point the character Q appears and sends you back in time, or maybe that's a different game. But yeah, I don't know why they would have gone with live action. video for Star Trek, other than the fact that you have some recognizable characters here. I guess that's the reason. If you can spend the extra money to get the actors back, that's what you would want to do. So actually, let's just search and see what other Star Trek games we are missing. There's Star Trek Bridge Crew, and let's see, Star Trek Adversaries, and Star Trek In Terror Alien, which I don't think is in English, and the Next Generation for Bridge Crew, also Star Trek Stern Pinball Star Trek, Artemis Spaceship Bridge Simulator. Like, I don't know why you would specifically want to do something different than Bridge Crew. And at that point, we're getting far away from any other Star Trek games. So that's probably all they have. So Bridge Crew makes kind of the most sense of playing in VR, but I'm not 100% sure that... Oh, you can play in non-VR. I'm not sure how fun this game is though as a single player experience, because it kind of doesn't have much of a game to it, and it's more just a simulation. That there are missions. The weird thing here is this is the J.J. Abrams reboot of the original series, and nobody's really interested in that. They are much more interested in the DLC, the Next Generation. But oddly, there is no like skin for the non-J.J. Abrams series, which they probably should get to and make that, because there aren't going to probably be any more J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies. There may be some more Star Trek TV series, and those have been announced. I believe Star Trek Adversaries, yes, is the card game that is 59% over its lifetime positive. I wasn't super hot on it when it first came out, and I made a spotlight on it. It doesn't look like it's much of a card game is the problem, and it doesn't seem like it really adds anything or does anything with the recognizable characters. For instance, like this boss fight, this Borg cube boss fight is the last of a small handful of tutorial missions, and then you're just supposed to play random people, and very few of them are going to be playing as the Borg class of characters. It looked like you could kind of easily own all the cards and just pay to win very quickly, and the cards didn't look like they did anything different, nor did they introduce any real new people. For instance, like if you were gonna do the Enterprise, you could probably make an infinite list of like ensigns and other kinds of characters that were crewmen that had different abilities, and you could constantly add abilities like Hearthstone, and they really didn't do that. Let's see. Don't waste your time. The game population is bordering on dead. The queue times are insane. Let's look at our like peak of 38 people, all-time peak of 146 people. That is ridiculously low. Yeah, so nobody wanted to play this game. This game really didn't get any advertisement either. And see, this is funny. People are activating by Steam key. I don't know why you would even need to. It's free to play. But But yeah, nobody really is playing this game. And then there's this game that's not in English. That's free to play. It seems kind of weird. But to be fair, just looking at the screenshots here, it looks like it is a way better game than the previous one we just looked at. And then Next Generation. So, Star Trek Bridge Crew to Next Generation. No, this is not the game I was thinking about. This is not the game I was thinking about, because maybe that's a fan project where they had painfully recreated the Enterprise from the Next Generation. Artemis Spaceship Bridge Simulator? Like, this looks like a group of fans fake acting, making new Star Trek movies and TV shows. You cannot play Artemis in single player. Interesting. So this is a game where you have to have like 6 people buy the same software. Alright, let's close that. I literally don't know what that game is then, because this is not it, and I've seen people play it, but you would think that this would be, maybe these screenshots are just really bad and they're not showing me any of the bits of the DLC. Enterprise D. Yeah, what terrible screenshots when you're not even showing your game, your DLC correctly. Moving on. Though, next we have Star Chasers Priestess of the Sky. This is, I believe, one of a series of what I think are cutesy kid-friendly games that I added to the wish list. Maybe it's worth playing, maybe it isn't. It's 35 reviews, 77% positive. It's the best it's gonna get. Looks kind of old. Probably wouldn't buy this game, but I'm gonna leave it on the wish list just out of generosity and hope that we can get to the end. Next we have Star Grazer Program, which does not look very good at all. So, one review came out in 2018. I guess what I was seeing here is Arkanoid and Pong combined, and that sounds like an interesting idea, but honestly it just doesn't have enough polish, and yeah, this just does not look interesting enough to be worth playing. And I think it's pretty much a multiplayer game anyways. Yep, I'm gonna remove this and move forward. Next we have Starless Night, which is a brand new game, so I don't have to really consider it. Might be interesting, might not be. Just put it on the follow list. Keep moving forward. We have a game called Starman that doesn't have the 25 review threshold, so I can put that on the follow list also and move forward. Next we have Stasis, which is the game that they kind of advertised by releasing a game called Kane for free, which was a horror point and click adventure game where a woman is abducted and she's like hugely pregnant and has to escape. This, and you play as that woman. This is kind of an expansion of that story in that game. I don't know if you're really playing as the same character. It's a horror point and click isometric game. It's reviewed 78% positive. I do want to play it and cover it. Again, maybe closer to the $2 price than the $10 price. It's not going to be super long. Well, 7 to 8 hours is a lot longer than the free version. Free version at best was a couple hours. Moving on, we have State of Decay, Year 1 Survival Edition, which is a zombie game, and maybe that's worth playing, maybe it isn't. I'm going to be very non-committal here. It's rated mostly positive though, and compared to like Dead Rising, there is a potential argument to say playing something like State of Decay instead. Could see if there's no multiplayer element here. And there's a pretty high number of people who have played it, so okay. Next we have State of Mind, and now this is basically a point and click adventure game. It looks like it's a walking around game. It looks very pretty, and that is true, but it really isn't as complicated as it seems. It's kind of a bait and switch game. I know certain people were definitely not happy with how much this looked like it was an open world game when it really wasn't. But if you are familiar with Daedalic Entertainment, then you know they only make point and click adventure games, and so I was not expecting anything different. In fact, I was very confused when first seeing State of Mind, just because it seemed like it wasn't a point and click adventure game. And so even here they're not calling it a point and click adventure game, but it's pretty much what it is. Maybe you're not actually pointing with a mouse, and maybe you're walking around and walking up to people to talk to them, but it's basically the same idea. See if how long to beat. 10 to 13 hours. Actually, I'm surprised how long that is. I would have thought it was a lot shorter. Next we have Statues. So the reason why this was on the wish list is literally from the Doctor Who episode Don't Blink. The idea of that's basically all this is. The idea that if you close your eyes, if you're not looking at the statues in Doctor Who in the episode Don't Blink, I'm pretty sure that's the name of the episode, the statues can move, and if they touch you in the Doctor Who episode, they basically kill you. Somebody has turned the game into a similar concept, which is cool, although that character just turned around and stopped looking at the statue, so it should have come right at him from behind. The problem that I'm seeing as I'm watching this trailer is it's not a consistent statue enemy in this game like in the episode. In the episode, all the statues were angel statues and they looked exactly the same. It looks like anything anything and everything could be against you. Let's look at some of the reviews, but I think this is gonna live. After playing for about half an hour, I wasn't too keen on the game. It's kind of buggy and confusing at times. The concept gets lost somewhere. It's not horrible, but it isn't for me. Let's go. Let's see. So bad game. Good concept, which gets boring far before it should. Indeed, the developed statue starts promisingly. When the protagonist wakes up in a hospital after a car accident, the building feels abandoned, and suddenly some doors smashing noises are made somewhere behind a close corner. And he's going to just explain the entirety of the game. Let's see. The game capitalizes on one of the innovative horror elements originally used in the legendary game code name Condemned Criminal Origins. That is definitely a game I want to play and cover. Unfortunately, the sequel never came to Steam. It's like Doctor Who. Clearly this was a Doctor Who fan. And nobody else thought to steal that idea, which is kind of weird. I mean, a simple asset flip would have been able to program something similar to this pretty easily. Yeah, just asset flip a bunch of environments and asset flip a single statue enemy. I kind of want to know what the average play time is. 3 hours and 34 minutes. That's kind of long. And if we look at this developer, it doesn't seem like they've got much else going on. A mostly positive game called Half Dead, and a casual multiplayer game. I half think this is a troll developer, honestly. Well, statues can't stay on the wish list. I gotta be realistic. While I think the idea was executed very well in that Doctor Who episode, which is kind of saying a lot because a lot of Doctor Who episodes are not executed well, that doesn't make up for the fact that this is not well reviewed and it doesn't look that good of a game. Let's see, this says the same. Let's see. Violent TV show, survive in a network of rooms full of traps. Okay, almost, this feels like Cube. The movie Cube, or Cube 1, Cube 2. Cube 0, the worst of them by far. Of course, if you were to make a game like the movie Cube, then the idea of avoiding the traps and going into the right cubes would be kind of ridiculous, because if you figure it out and you just avoid all the traps, you'd have a very bad experience. Well, the difference here is this game is mostly positive. So while this still looks pretty janky and it still looks like the developer is just stealing a bunch of ideas from TV shows and sci-fi TV shows and movies, slightly interesting idea. And sometimes a theft of an idea can be implemented in a fun way. So anyways, we'll move on. Next we have a game called Stay that is mostly positive. Looks like it's a horror game of some sort. With a lot of texting and chatting online. Well, I don't think I need to really look at it too hard. We can just say, well, it's mostly positive, and because of that, I'll leave it there. It looks like it's kind of a horror adventure game. Moving on, we have a game called Steampunk Tower. Let's see. Is this a tower defense game? I think it is. Except for you're fighting against steampunk things. There's a pretty big difference in the last 30 days compared to its overall reviews. So let's look at the reviews. Otherwise, I think I'd be willing to leave this. It looks like it's kind of a unique idea of a game. Something I could potentially spend only 30 minutes covering. Although it's pretty expensive to do something like that. I guess the question also would be, where was Steampunk Tower 1? Game is boring. I feel that I am the only moving turret in and out of the tower to reload them. Wait times and collecting construction parts, gold and crystal feels like I'm playing some kind of idle clicker game. Not enough liberty to play a game as in constant tutorial. Messy upgrade system is like a bite fight, but it's like bite fight but annoying. You have a level restriction for everything and you have to play same scenarios until your level rises. It's not deep at all. Tower defense part is really dumb and becomes boring after 5 to 10 minutes. Lots of upgrades and loot collecting, but not enough to do during missions. Gets bored after a few playing. Forced extended tutorials. So we're getting the same complaints for the most part. And this says it has 38 hours of gameplay in it? What is the average gameplay time? 8 hours and 11 minutes, and nobody's played it at all in the past 2 weeks. See what else this developer's made. Nothing. Okay. Let's remove Steampunk Tower 2 from the wishlist. Seems like it has too many problems. Moving on. Next we have a game called Steampunker, which is a brand new game. Looks like it's a hidden object game too. Well, it's not part of a series, so I guess I can just kind of remove this anyways. Like, I'll put it on the follow list, but the odds of me promoting anything on the follow list that's a hidden object game to the wish list again was probably pretty low. Let's see, next we have Steamroll. That doesn't meet the 25 review threshold, but it's from 2016, so I have to make a decision now. An adventure puzzle game. How does this work? It seems like you're navigating a ball through some environments. Okay. And then what? Or are you navigating the ball through some environments? Or are you projecting it through some other actions? It says it's an adventure puzzle game with a touch of mini golf gameplay. This looks kind of weird. And weird, I think, saves it. It's 81% positive. I could come down here and look at the negative reviews. Little complaints so far. Clumsy controls and achievements don't work is what I skimmed from the negative reviews as I'm trying to go through all of this pretty fast. Nothing else made by this developer too. Yeah, I'll leave it on the wish list. Why not? Let's be generous. Next we have SteamWorld Dig. I'm not 100% sure I really want to play a SteamWorld Dig series. Particularly since I didn't really enjoy Spelunky, and this feels a lot like a Spelunky style of game. But people are very, very happy with it. 93% positive. So I'm kind of bowing to the crowd. And just trying to decide if this, what looks like a half Terraria, half Spelunky combo of a game, is actually something that might be worth covering. I'll leave it on the wish list. Next you have SteamWorld Dig 2, which is 96% of people, so they're even happier with the sequel. Again, leave it on the wish list. Next we have Steep, which is 67% in positive in the last 30 days versus 73% overall. This is a Ubisoft skiing game. It looks very pretty. I think it's actually more than skiing. Now that I see it, it seems to be extreme winter sports in general. I'm trying to find reasons why I wouldn't want to play this. 72 on Metacritic. Ever since the new X Game DLC came out, my internet shuts down when I try to join the server. Well, that sucks. Confusing interface and menus forces multiplayer and puts you out of the game when internet disconnects, constantly trying to get attention with an irritating interface pop-ups and messages, lack of coherent progress or status indicators. Fun game, but not for this price point. It gets boring after a while as well. So yeah, I guess it comes down to price. $30 seems pretty expensive. $8.50 may be more reasonable. Still kind of expensive though. It also feels like it's a bit of a jack of all trades, and it's a Ubisoft game, which there's some problems certainly with that too. Oddly, it doesn't require Uplay, or it does require a Uplay account. Interesting. Yeah, it really does feel like a jack of all trades, master of none type of game. So it's going to let you ski and skydive and do all these things, but I bet you it's not going to feel like a very well made realistic simulator of any of those events or activities, nor is it going to feel like a really well made arcade interpretation of those types of games. Personally, I much prefer to play an arcade interpretation of things like skiing or parasailing or anything like that, like the Tony Hawk style of games, some of which are more simulation realistic, tend to be too difficult for somebody who's not an expert at those type of games or those type of activities. I'm just going to remove Steep. Next, that brings us to the Steins Gate series. Steins Gate is a popular visual novel series that involves time travel, and it played off so well. This is the 2016 game that at least one anime, if not two, were made from it. So it kind of has some slight relevancy there. I guess it would make some sense. It's probably a pretty big commitment in time, 24 to 37 hours just to play Steins Gate 1. Let's see. There's also some tie-in with Phantom Breaker Battlegrounds, which is not a game I've heard of, and then there's Steins Gate 0 from 2018. So we'll get to that in a second. Phantom Breaker Battlegrounds is a beat 'em up Game that doesn't look that interesting, honestly. It's rated very positively, but still doesn't look visually that interesting. So I wouldn't add this to the wish list just because it has some small bit of DLC that includes one character from the Steins Gate series. Moving on is Steins Gate 0, which is a sequel to the game and a different timeline, where the main goal that you were trying to achieve failed miserably, and you have to live without that goal. It's a pretty horrific, somewhat horrific game. I don't know what age rating you'd really put this at. This one is 12 to 30 hours too, and that's kind of the problem with visual novels too, is that if you are gonna play some of them, particularly the best of the best, you're still gonna commit a lot of time to them and a lot of reading, because it does not have English full audio. So, and while I can listen to and enjoy the sound of Japanese full audio, that doesn't mean I can understand what they're saying. Next we have Steins Gate Elite, which is coming out in 2019. And to be fair, I'm still not 100% sure that Steins Gate is relevant. And it kind of breaks down also to the idea, is any anime relevant? But we are certainly not talking on the level of a Naruto or a Dragon Ball Z in this case. Steins Gate started, as my understanding is, as a visual novel. It's continuing as a visual novel, and it's branching out from that point to animes. And there might be a movie, but there might even be a Netflix live action movie at some point, but I seriously doubt that Hollywood is going to buy the Steins Gate story and turn it into a movie and have that in the theaters to get the general audiences to be interested in it and play the games, or watch me play the games. So I'm going to put Steins Gate Elite on the follow list because it's not out yet. Moving on, we have Steven's Sausage Roll. This is a puzzle game. I hear it's pretty hard. I am very interested in trying some very hard puzzle games. Unfortunately, the problem with this game when it came out in 2016, it was just way too expensive. And it still is. Right now, $30. Maybe I'd be willing to pay $4.50, but $30 is a really large amount of money. It's probably the worst example I've ever seen of a stubborn, greedy game developer. Really, it's like, you're not going to make any money doing that. I guess maybe that's the joke too, is maybe the developer's name is Steven and Sausage Roll is a euphemism for large genitalia. Maybe this is him swinging around his large genitalia with a $30 price tag. The only other game this developer has made is also this game that I guess I could add this to the wish list. Abstract 3D puzzle game with 100 levels throughout 17 worlds. This doesn't look too bad. English country tune. But yeah, I probably should remove Steven's Sausage Roll just for how incredibly expensive it is. But I can kind of just leave it on the wish list too. It doesn't matter. Let's see, 29 to 32 hours. I guess maybe that's the problem. A 90 on Metacritic, it's hugely well reviewed. And see, if you got the game for free, that would mean a lot more. So, well, generally I would disagree with doing what I'm about to suggest. This is a game that feels like if he had broken it up into 3 games and released it over the course of 3 years, that would have been a better experience, and sold each game for $10. If that's how you wanted to do it, you should have done it that way. Or you know what, sell it as $9.99 and then have 2 pieces of DLC for $9.99 to add more levels. But to just ask for $30 upfront for a game that's not visually appealing and it doesn't really explain itself very well as far as it being a really complicated puzzle game, it's just bad advertising. And I bet the number of reviews kind of reflect that too. Only 300 reviews. That could have been a lot more. Let's see. Next we have a game called Stereo Arrow. Crazy music journey through space. Let's see. Seems like this is a flying music experience. This doesn't look bad, but I don't know if I really want to play a shoot 'em up game that also is built around music, a music game. Again, I have no rhythm, so I'd probably fail at this game very quickly unless there's a no-fail mode, and I kind of need to play any game that does have that is like this. Probably does need a no-fail mode for me. Let's see. Not a lot of people played it. Average playtime is $6. 4 different difficulties. Let's see. Long review here. It falls short in basically every category. Honestly, I feel if they focused on making a solid shooter or focused on a rhythm element to the boss battles, this would have turned out better. Short. Save your money and spend it on something else. I think I'm gonna have to agree with the negative reviews here. This doesn't seem like this is one to play. And we'll take that off the wish list, and if I look and see what else this developer has made, we have a game called The Last Friend that's potentially coming out in 2019. It's a beat 'em up. Now, there is an argument to go through the fall list after I've done all of this wishlist cleanup and just remove everything that hasn't been announced yet. That certainly would be a potential choice. I'm not sure I really want to do that. This publisher hasn't published anything else. Moving on. Next we have Stern Pinball Arcade. I am a sucker for pinball, but let's be honest, this game is 32% positive. The thing I guess I was looking here is to see if these games that are in the Stern Pinball Arcade ever came to the Pinball Arcade in general. And so I'd have to kind of compare what games. No, Ripley's Believe It or Not definitely did. I'm fairly certain Star Trek did. Fairly certain Starship Troopers may have. Yeah, I kind of don't think this is, because Pinball Arcade, on the other hand, let's see. See, much better before the arcade is gone, may be gone for now, but allows somewhat faster load times between tables. January 2017, things have changed and getting somewhat better. Let's see. What is the most recent reviews? October 3rd. Another bad pinball game. It's a decent game, but it has a bunch of things that really should change. So yeah, people are just really picky in the pinball world. Horrible physics. I played a lot of Stone Machines and these are not even close. Game is obviously unfinished and not very playable. Terrible user interface. And see, Pinball Arcade lost their Bailey Williams license, and I don't know if maybe that's going to cause them to bring the Stern games over and republish them, or if they already have. And I don't have time to check right now, so I'm just going to leave this on the wish list. But it is probably by far the lowest reviewed game staying on the wish list. Next we have Steven Universe Save the Life. A question of relevancy here. Is this really a popular cartoon, Steven Universe? Will it still be a popular cartoon by the time I get around to playing it? It does have that Cartoon Network name to it. There's other political reasons that you might not want to cover this, certainly. But I don't think that I would let that stop me. Overall, it's 87% positive. And so from my perspective, it really is just going to be a matter of relevancy. Whether or not this would be something worth covering, or whether this is just a cartoon licensed game that doesn't really need to be covered or talked about. But at the moment, since I don't have an answer to that, I will just leave this on the wish list. Then we'll move over to this game, Stone, which doesn't have enough reviews, so it should be on the follow list. It's a koala walking simulator point and click adventure, I thought it was. It looks very weird, certainly, and very well may not be that good. Moving on. Next we have a game called Stones of Sorrow, which is a procedurally generated RPG. Looks like it's based after like horrific frescoes or caveman paintings or something. This looks like a sort of unique art style, but it also seems like it might very well have just been drawn by somebody who lacks in drawing skill. Yeah. And that mixed review certainly seems like it's gonna sink it as a game. Let's see. I got this game expecting it to be bad, but it surprised me even worse than I thought. I'm organizing my games and this one sits at the top third of the trash category. Interesting art style and concept, but everything about the gameplay feels slippery and unrefined. The rest of it was complete garbage. The developer is responding to some of the people giving it negative reviews, which is sometimes the right thing, but a lot of times devs don't respond, or they try to get they try to flag reviews and get them removed, or they respond in the negative light. So yeah, but I kind of think this game from 2015 has to be removed. Even if the dev is responding, he's not fixing it. So that points to a lack of ability. And some other games this developer's made look kind of different. Let's see. And let's see if this developer's publisher is any different. Oh, actually, that was the publisher. So it's possible this developer has only made this game. Yep, Stones of Sorrow is getting removed. Moving forward, the Wanderer can go on the fall list. Since, well, no, it can't. Yeah, well, it's an early access game. Yes, it can. So we'll take that and put it on the fall list. And I'll see next year if people have actually played this. And moving forward, we have a game called Stones of Yarmouth, which isn't out yet, or it's brand new, so again we can just put it on the wish list. I mean the follow list. Looks like a kind of interesting looking weirdo game. I'm not sure it really is going to be worth playing, but I'm willing to give it a year. Next we have Stonewall Penitentiary, which looks like it's tagged with nudity again. This is 7 suspects, 1 killer, adventure, find out who is the killer style of games. Again, I can just put that on the fall list and don't have to agonize over whether it deserves to be on the wish list or not, because it's a 9-year-old. Next we have Stories Untold, which certainly seems like it is a Stranger Things clone just from the font. But it's a compilation of 4 experimental adventures, it says. It's rated very positively. I've heard people say good things about it. Let's see if we can skip forward and see what the actual gameplay looks like. If there is actually any gameplay. It says it's an experimental text adventure. See, yeah, I think the way the games are played, they're just played on the computer in this environment. Maybe not worth $9.99. But it's a Devolver Digital game, which gives it maybe a little bit of clout. And then there's this other game called Observation that isn't out yet. So we could put that on the fall list too. I think we're close to being done. I hope we're close to being done. Let's see, next we have Stories of Path of Destinies, 84% positive. Let's see. Yeah, I think I looked at this game relatively recently and decided it was going to be on the wish list, so I don't think I need to evaluate any further. Let's move forward. Strange Brigade is kind of a weird game that I'm not sure you can really have much of an experience playing it single player, even though it says you can, and it is probably way too expensive at $49. It's already been down to $29 and it only came out a couple months ago. Yeah, I'll leave Strange Brigade on the wish list, but the price would have to be right to buy it. Let's see. Next we have Stranger in the Sword City, which is a JRPG dungeon crawler game. and I like the art style that I'm seeing down here, but I think what this is just going to boil down to is the fact that it's 69% positive, and it's just not at a level as some of the other games. Let's see. Concept of for the story, it was fun. Story is okay for a short depth that I transversed. In the end, I just can't stand this game's brand of grind. It's mind-numbingly dull. I think its hook is you grind for chests so that you get small throw the possibility over and over again. And of course, most chests are filled with garbage. Yeah, 49 hours to play a game that's mixed. That doesn't make any sense at all. So, Stranger of Sword City is going to be removed. And move forward. Now we've got the Street Fighter series, and people are not super happy, I think, with the netcode and the emulation of these Street Fighter games. Inherently, I think if you buy the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, you're getting 12 different versions of Street Fighter, which there were a lot of different versions in the arcades of Street Fighters games, on top of many different regional versions that were only slightly changed. There's Street Fighter 1, which is an incredibly slow game, Street Fighter 2, which is a much faster game, and then Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and then there's several more additions and changes to Street Fighter 2, and it took a really long time, I think, till they got to Street Fighter 3, and I think Street Fighter Alpha or Street Fighter Omega in some regions all got mixed together. If you were to buy this, I think you've supported the industry and Capcom more than enough to then go find the ROM of any Street Fighter game you really were interested in, run it in a better emulator. But yeah, that's what's available on Steam, and you do kind of want to support ideas like this. You just kind of wish it was done better. Moving forward, there's Street Fighter V, which is not one of the games in that previous series of Street Fighter games, which it too is mixed. It really does bring about the idea of, is Street Fighter the real fighting game to play? Was it ever really the fighting game to play? At some point it definitely was. Like, it was the game of champions, but I'm not sure it has been for many years. I'm not sure if it hasn't been surpassed by I don't know what though. That's the question. And if I am going to get into the fighting game genre, I need a lot of help, and I need to do a lot of research here. Let's see if we can find Street Fighter 4. Yeah, Ultra, Street Fighter 4, and Street Fighter 4. Let's do this. So, Ultra, Street Fighter 4, and Street Fighter 4. And there's Street Fighter X Tekken. And don't get confused with the couple of movies that are Street Fighter movies too. Or the ton of DLC are games that are clones. Maybe King of Fighters is the fighting game to play. Let's see. All these games are just going to stay on the wish list for the moment, though. Street Fighter 4 came out in 2014. It's rated 89% positive, but it's only 64% positive from the reviews in the last 8 days, so people are still not super happy with it. You can kind of see that Street Fighter, starting I think with 4, went into this more 3D idea in the animation of its characters, which I feel like maybe they shouldn't have done that, or perhaps they should have gone this route and then also made a flat 2D version spin-off series, because there is something there. And I'm not sure, like Street Fighter 4 came out in 2009, but Ultra Street Fighter 4, it came out in 2014. So I'm not sure if this is really the same game with one that's just been updated, or if it's a completely different game. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Is there an entire series of Ultra Street Fighter games? Previously, Ultra meant that the moves went faster and have been changed perhaps a little bit. In the end, I guess I just have to keep everything on the wish list. And then next we have Streets of Fury EX, which is a beat 'em up. This is rated 95% positive. It's, I think, a joke game. I think the whole idea on the Streets of Fury is that it really is just a joke game with the creators of the game screwing around. So I don't know if this really is a game that is worth playing, but apparently everybody knows what you're getting into when you play a game like this, so it doesn't look too bad. It is an interesting example of what I imagine people could do very easily today compared to, say, Mortal Kombat 1, where it was very difficult to rotoscope live action characters into a fighting game. I'll leave that on the wish list though. Strength of the Sword Ultimate is not a game I have to really worry about because it just came out. I don't remember this game coming out certainly though. So yeah, I am just forgetting everything. At this point I probably wouldn't remember anything that even started with the letter R in the wish list. It's taken so long to get through just the S's. Should have broken this up into 2 episodes. Definitely should have done that. Next we have Strike Force Kitty, which I have no idea what kind of game this is, but it certainly looks weird. It's 86% positive. It's relatively new. So seems like it's kind of a basic platformer where they've added a ton of content. But notice we're just watching a video of the characters walking forward. So do they not do anything at all? Or is there something more to this? Like, it seems like it might be a roguelike where all they do is run forward and they can't jump, but then why would it be a platformer? Yeah, this game seems ridiculous. It seems like it's calling itself a platformer, but it seems like the characters just run forward. This has a lot of video game references and memes. Well, maybe not so many memes. I kind of want to keep it on the wish list. Let's see what the reviews say. I love the Flash version of the game, that's why I bought the Steam version. I started to hate it immediately. Yes, I knew this is a port of a mobile game, but I could never imagine that they would ruin the game so much. It's just boring. Play the Flash version instead. Game seems to be abandoned, no work on bugs, with which force you to reset the game, wasting your playtime, and suffer not having 100% costumes. Okay. With the accusation of being abandoned, with it being called a mobile port, without even really checking those two accusations, I think we can remove this from the wish list. I don't really have time to go into deep. Let's see, and the only other game this developer has made is called I Love Money. Which nobody has reviewed yet. Which seems like it's not much of a game either. Yeah, this seems like a very generic bad game. Next we have Styx Shards of Darkness, I suppose. I do want to eventually play this sequel to the previous Styx games. Although I've kind of realized that the developer of this game had this character in a game even before Styx came out, the first Styx. I really didn't like the first Styx game, but I'm willing to continue the story and effort and hope that this is just a slightly better experience, more improved in the way it tries to implement levels and gameplay. Yeah, there's kind of nothing more to say about it, though. But I'm willing to give it another try. I probably wouldn't want to play it right now, but I'd be okay with it. It's been long enough since the last time I played the game. Right, moving on. Next we have a game called Superia, which has only 3 reviews from 2015. Let's see. Intense action puzzles where players use their wits to manipulate their enemies into destroying each other. Interesting thought, very possibly a boring gameplay implementation. 63% review open critic score. Man, I've been streaming all day. Not a very decent game for my PC. Is the only like 1 negative review. Yeah, I've been recording all day for this. It's shouldn't have taken this long. I guess I'll leave it on the wish list. Yeah, let's just move forward. Next we have a point-and-click adventure game called Subject 14. There's a lot of point-and-click adventure games on my list. This doesn't seem like it's part of a bigger story. It has some relevancy though. It's the man behind the game Flashback, and that means something. Is Flashback even available on Steam? Let's see, I'm seeing a lot of negative reviews. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of negative reviews just popping up. Let's remove this. And I want to see if Flashback is like Flashback. I don't think this is it. don't think this is the game they're talking about when they're talking about Flashback. 20 years after the original game's launch. This is a Ubisoft game with mixed reviews. Isn't Flashback the game that's also known as Another World? Isn't this the Flashback that they're talking about? Also known as Out of This World. Okay, so no. So there was a game called Flashback, and it's not on Steam. Instead, you have this Ubisoft bad game called Flashback that's mixed reviews that I'm not interested in. So if I am not even remembering what Flashback is, that loses its relevancy, I guess. See, this developer doesn't really have anything else. And some of these other Microroids games, I think I do want to cover. Some of these games look slightly interesting. This is mixed, that's why it's not on the wish list. Garfield Kart rated very positively. Sure, put that on the wish list. Atlantis 2 is mostly negative. Sinking Island is mixed. It's just a collection of mixed and negative games. Journey to the Moon from Jules Verne. It's a point and click game. Sure, add that. Curse of Isis. Survival horror game. Sure, add that. Necronomicon, no. Battle for Carthage, point and click. Add that, sure. Dracula 4 and 5. Special Steam edition, sure, add that. Nostradamus. Dracula 3. Dracula Resurrection. Dracula The Last Sanctuary. Mysterious Island is mixed. Mysterious Island 1 is positive. Robin Hood is mixed. I own quite a few of these games. So yeah, I just opened a ton of things that, yeah, I don't see any reason why Garfield Kart shouldn't be on the wish list. I don't see a reason why this point and click adventure shouldn't be on the wish list. Or this adventure survival horror game shouldn't be on the wish list. Or this one. I'm adding a bunch of games here. Or this point and click adventure game. Or this one. Now this one's mostly negative, but might as well live with it. This one's mostly negative too. And this is mostly negative. At that point there's more negative Dracula games than there are positive, so let's just work our way back to all of the Dracula games and start closing them. It's a shame. I would consider certainly playing the Dracula games just for search engine optimization. And Jules Verne, Return to Mysterious Island. For what are just point and click games, there's a lot of polish being shown in these screenshots. Moving on, we have Subnautica. There's a lot of swimming around games. I'm not sure Subnautica is the one swimming around game I want to play, but people are extremely positive on it. So there's no reason why it would get removed. Next we have a game RPG called Sudeke. Let's see, this is 2005. I doubt this would make it in the top of the RPGs, but I am getting dazed by the anime fashion sense and skimpy clothing. Rated M for mature. 11 to 31 hours is not too much to commit to if you're going to play an RPG game. See if we can skip forward and see how this plays. And this developer, they also made Adventure Time game and some of the Assassin's Creed games, so interesting. And Crayola Scout should be on the wish list in case it isn't. See what Rocket Knight is. And the publisher name doesn't have anybody else. I'll leave it on the wish list just because I'm going to be generous. Crayola Scout should be on the follow list probably, but I've seen people play it and it seems pretty cool for a kids game. Let's see. Rocket Knight, mostly positive looking game, but is it a platformer? Really? I'm gonna put this on the wish list, but I'm being very, very generous. Next we have Sudoku Universe. This is part of a Sudoku bundle. One called Sudoku Killer, one called Sudoku Jigsaw. It has 76 achievements, so it's probably an achievement game. Let's see. I'm a little iffy on leaving this on the wish list, but it is very well reviewed, and it is a Sudoku game that looks like it's actually playable and reasonable, and that's the reason why I'd have any of these games on the wish list. It's from a developer who kind of just makes some simplistic games. So yeah, I guess we'll just leave things where they are in that case. If I'm gonna keep one Sudoku game, I might as well just leave them all on the wish list. Lions Infinite, Monogram the Great Painter, which is mixed reviews. So I guess I could close this one. Then Sudoku Jigsaw, which is a different type of Sudoku game, I guess. So then Sudoku Killer, which seems like it's a different type of experience. Kind of question this Death Maze game. So, and it's not out yet, so I can put that on the follow list. Keep on making progress. Here we have Sudoku Zenkai. So I'm gonna have to make a decision which Sudoku game, if any, I actually want to play. Honestly, I only want to play one game, and then that would kind of be it. Wouldn't be surprised if this is the game to play. But I'll leave them both. Next we have Suicide Guy, which, let's see, seems like it's a puzzle. Seems like a surreal puzzle game. It doesn't look too bad. It's rated very positively, so I'll leave this on the wish list. Then we have the sequel to the game, which is also rated positively, so I'll leave it on the list. I'm still not really sure how this game plays, but I imagine it's just a different scenario each time. Next we have Sumeru, which is a physics puzzle game of some sort. I don't know really how it works, but it seems like it's good enough. Yep. It's rated very positively, 80%, so yeah. We can just... it looks like it's a physics style game where you draw lines, but it looks like it might actually play pretty well too, which usually they don't. Next we have Sumo Man, which, if I was to guess, is a joke game where you play as a sumo and apparently solve puzzles as playing a sumo. It's from To Kill a Byte Studios, which I'm fairly certain it's made something else. No, I guess not. Interesting. This could be a joke game, but it's rated well, so I'll leave it on the wish list. Next we have Sundred, which is a hand-drawn 2D platformer game. From the creators of Jotun. Let's see, I'll take a drink of water while this plays. Now might be a good time to pause and take a break. I think we're near the end, but I could not guarantee it. I've said that several times already. Well, the thing here is just when this is going to run out. Like, at what level will the games run out of games named SU whatever? I guess we've already seen some games that start super, so I don't know. But we should be running into more games that start with the word super in the name. If I get to something that says super, that's going to be the end of this recording. And at that point, we'll make another episode. Because this has already gone on too long. So next we have Sunrider Academy. It's tagged near the dating sim visual novel. I shouldn't be clicking on it. Then, notice it's not in Japanese. That's weird. 10 to 32 hours. Like almost all of these lewd dating sim visual novel games, I just want to leave them on the wish list, and I don't know. At some point I may figure out a way to cover them or talk about them. At the very least, the end of the year wishlist cleanup has turned into an opportunity to point out these games, and this is like the list of the lewd games that might be worth playing. Here we have a mixed reviewed game called Sunset. Let's see. Let's see what the problem with the reviews are. It's 4 to 9 hours, and then I think we'll remove it. It's only 2 hours in. I don't know where this game ends, but so far a dozen or more apartment visits and feels like a whole lot of nothing going on. This isn't a good game even when you come at it as an open mind. As a hidden object gone home like, it falls on many parts due to poor communication and limited shallow level. As a narrative expenses, I'm finding myself constantly confused by the flip-flopping protagonist and seemingly random thoughts that don't have much of a link to what's happening outside the window. So Yeah, it just seems like it's not a very well thought through game, where there's probably better types of games to play. Like What Remains of Edith Finch. And see, some of these games get a lot of hype that they kind of don't deserve, it seems like. Yeah. Seems like the general public does not like this game. I'm going to bow to the general public and say, yeah. It doesn't seem like it was that fun. I remember seeing people talk about this game and still thinking to myself, it doesn't look that interesting. And if we look at like what this developer has made, more mixed games by far than good games. The Graveyard is a game that people love to speedrun, but it is also just kind of a weird game, and it's not really a good game. So it seems like that perhaps this developer found a niche and stuck within it, for better or worse. Probably for worse. Like this game, The Path, is rated mostly positive, so I'd be willing to add that to the wish list. But this game, Fatale, is mixed reviews, so I'm not willing to add that one. It's from 2009 and looks pretty rough. And then, Supernova's 3D Arc. I thought there was another one I was gonna open. Yeah, I guess we are at SCU. Yeah, let's think about this. I guess what I'm gonna do is I want to power through because I want to keep working and cover games. But I very well may at some point decide to just split this video in post-production and just add a comment at the end saying, hey, this went on way too long. I've decided to split it into two videos. Or maybe I won't, because maybe we'll get through things really fast now and there actually is only about 12 or 20 more games. As for Super 3D Noah's Ark, that's getting removed. Again, these religious games that were really just pandering and trying to rip off religious people, I don't think that there's a reason to give them any kind of coverage or credibility. They're not good games too. That's a big part about it, even though it's rated very well, very highly. No. And see, I'm not 100% sure that this isn't some kind of meme game and I wouldn't get halfway through it and realize, oh, I've been taken for a joke this whole time. Anyways. Next we have Super Asteroids, which is brand new, so I guess I could just put that on the follow list. See, I do have a timer running, but I've reset it several times. But I do think we are approaching a ridiculously long amount of time, like 8 hours. Next we have Super Blackjack Battle 2 Turbo Edition, which is mixed and it's not going to get any better. I like the name. I think it's crazy. I think the idea of a fighting Street Fighter clone where you're really just playing blackjack is kind of a funny concept. I am looking for a good blackjack game on Steam, but clearly this is not the one. And I kind of want to see why it's not the one as I'm removing it. Let's see. It says the multiplayer and lack, therefore elective for completely sells the product. Let's see. How does this go? It's on the verge of being a solid, fun little game, but until the AI is improved, it's difficult to recommend. Don't waste your cash on this title, no matter how cheap it is. Even 2 cents is too much to pay for such a terrible, terrible title. Okay. Yep, that's the problem. It seems like the AI is really badly programmed. Let's see, we have Super Cane Magic Zero, which is kind of a unique art style RPG. Comedy action RPG is what it describes itself as. It's early access in 2015. So do I put this on the wish list, or do I just follow? Like update 23? Seriously? When is it gonna stop being early access? And why does this game need to be in early access? Honestly, just because of the fact that it's in early access and it has these visuals, I'm gonna remove it from the wishlist. That'd be pretty cruel to it and just remove it directly, but I'll look and see if this developer has something else. Interesting, but this Relive mixed reviews. It's a shame. I'd love to play a game where you're playing as a paramedic. Free sci-fi adventure about CPR. Its main purpose is to increase awareness on the topic, to encourage people to take CPR classes. It's a free game, and still people don't like it. Making puzzles are way harder than they need to be. I don't like the game much. It's way too similar to thousands of other point-and-click adventures. The gameplay is bad. This is just completely bad. So just wow. Okay. Even then, its critics will be critics. Next, we have Super Cloud Built, I guess. An action parkour platformer. I have quite a few of these on my wish list. This one is rated very positively, and it looks like it's a third-person parkour game, where the other two I've seen have been first-person parkour games. So there might be some improvement there. Yeah. The weird thing is, it feels like some of these levels and elements must be pre-rendered assets. There must be just like a Unity parkour package that somebody sells. I like this weird artistic style this girl has. Yeah, well, this is rated very positively, 89%, so there's no problem with leaving that on the wish list. Super Cyborg is 91% positive. It's an old school non-stop hardcore run and gun game. It's saying it's a hardcore game kind of convinces me to remove it from the wish list, though. Honestly, I think I am going to. Just play Contra instead, it says. See, that's very much where I'm feeling is, why would I want to play a new game that looks like an old game that's in a genre that I don't particularly enjoy playing? Yeah. So I'm gonna remove this, and I bet this developer hasn't made anything else. Yeah. So buy the Super Cyborg. Next we have Super Dangerous Dungeons, which is brand new, so I can just put it on the follow list. Or I keep saying brand new, but it's not really. I've locked into a lot of verbal tics, particularly covering all these games. Super Daryl Deluxe, which seems like it's says it's an RPG Metroidvania game. It's not what I would have expected it to be. I would have thought it would have been a point-and-click adventure game. Looks like it's kind of unique animation style for a weird character. Okay, so it's like a beat-em-up game. It's 100% positive of 58 user reviews. Okay. That's some craziness. I guess people who know what it is like it. Alright, so Super Daryl Deluxe stays on the wish list. And of course it's the only game from this developer. Moving forward. Next we have Super Destroy Not DX, which is inspired by I believe Galaga. It actually looks like it's a lot better than some of the more modern Galaga games that were released by the original creator, so yeah. But this is brand new, so we can just go on the follow list. Moving on. Next we have Super Fancy Pants Adventure, which is a platformer game that might be worth playing. I guess I'm just going to bow to the crowd a lot here and just say yes. It's staying on the wish list. But yeah, I kind of want to also check to see if any of these developers have made anything new. I want to keep just looking and keep just browsing. Super House of the Dead Ninjas is overwhelmingly positive, which is odd because I kind of don't want to play it. It's an Adult Swim game, and it says you play on a 30-second timer, so yeah, maybe the fact that it's super fast makes this make more sense. Yeah, I'll leave this on the wish list. There's like a True Ninja pack, which adds more modes and achievements and weapons. Interesting. We have Super Ineffective Golf, which I guess I could put on the follow list. Yeah, it's a wacky golf game with a giant golf ball that does not really go straight or get hit by a golf club, is what it seems like. I looked at this relatively recently, so kind of know what it is. Next we have Super Kinky, which this is the game I had to actually log into to see, and it's probably not worth playing. It's definitely not capable of being shown any of the screenshots. For all of the anime lewd games that we've seen up to this point, Super Kinky is realistic video game Western animation style stuff, and it's definitely designed to be sold on sex and sex alone. It's an awful game. Again though, I don't know how I would cover something like this, or if this really has any relevancy. It probably doesn't. but I want to leave it on Steam, I guess. This was a Steam Greenlight game, so there's some weirdness that it was before Steam went for its pro free speech stance, in which it would have allowed games like this on their storefront. So I think in several ways it's probably a groundbreaker, but groundbreaker in the bad way, that it's really just trying to be obnoxiously excessive. Here you can see they describe it as super kinky, contains excessive amounts of nudity, violence, blood, gore, and sexual content, crude humor, and profanity. And the same. Like, the actual gameplay is pretty bad, but there's certainly a lot of people who are just going to vote for it because of its lewdness and its excessiveness. So I probably might have something to say about that. Moving on, though, we have Super Lucky's Tale, which is rated very positively. It's a 3D platformer. It looks like kids game, as in maybe a Super Mario Brothers style of game. Like, I'd love the cover. It's pretty new, not incredibly expensive, but then there's a couple of DLCs to bump up the price, and they're $10. I don't know if there is a previous Lucky's Tale series of games. I don't think there is. I think this is just invoking the feeling of, like, this is a game series that has been brought back. But also, this is a Microsoft Studios game, so like, you could almost feel the idea that Microsoft was thinking, hey, let's have our own Mario, instead of Master Chief being our like mascot. But certainly Microsoft didn't stick with that idea. Super Mega Baseball 2. Now, the reason why this is on the wish list is I think it's not so much a baseball game as it is an arcade style baseball game, but I could be wrong about that. So it might be the wrong kind of baseball game for me, because I'm looking for an arcade style kind of slugfest home run derby style game, not something that would be 3 to 5 hours of playing a regular game. This is rated very positively, so I could do more research later and find out if it's what I really want, and in the meantime I can just leave it on the wish list. Super Mega Baseball Extra Innings, same thing, rated very positively. I like the variety of arenas, at least stadiums. We have Super Panda Adventures, which looks like a game that I probably could remove from the wish list, even though it's overwhelmingly positive. I don't understand why it is. Like, this does not look good. It looks like it is kind of just a simplistic Super Mario Brothers clone. So why do people like this? Says it's a Metroidvania platformer. Boy, it doesn't feel like it. It's a Metroidvania. Well, you know what? Overwhelmingly positive. 96% of the reviews. I'm gonna just leave this on the wish list and move forward. Keep momentum. Next we have a game called Super Pilot I can put on the follow list. And just looking at the follow list is gonna be long at this point. Next we have Super Suro Flies, which I also can put on the follow list. Yeah, and by next year it will be several hours. You have to break it up in at least 3 or 4 days to look at the fall list, but that'll still be better than looking at all the wish list. Next we have Super Slam Touchdown, which seems to be a combination of several sports, and some definitely weirdness going on. This is 82% positive. Let's see what the reviews say. Gameplay is so glitchy, I can't recommend it. Game feels really messy. Game is a mess. Yeah, we're seeing a decent number of negative reviews. So I'm gonna remove Super Slam Dunk Touchdown. And this developer hasn't made anything else, so we can just move forward. So next game we have is Supersonic DLC, which is free DLC for Sonic Forces. So probably is DLC that makes it easier to play Sonic Forces. Let's see. Next we have a game called Super Sports Machin. We don't have to worry about that since it's brand new, so off to the follow list it goes. Moving forward. Next we have Super Streaker Plus, which is a brand new game, so I don't have to really consider it either. It's probably a joke game, and once it gets some reviews, people will probably not be too interested in it. And see, the funny thing is, as long as it's got that black pixel in the game, I probably could play this game perfectly fine on YouTube. Next we have Super Volley Blast, which is too new, so it goes to the follow list. And next we have Super Dimension Neptunia, part of the Neptunia series. Don't really have to make a decision there, because it really just comes down to, am I going to play the Neptunia series? If yes, this probably will be one of the ones I want to play. If I'm not, then I'm not, and I probably am going to not play the Neptunia series. There's just too many games in it. Super Hot. Super Hot should be at the top of my wish list. Super Hot is rated very positively. Lots of people liked it. It was very viral at a time. It's probably not so viral now, so by the time I got around to playing it, I don't know how many people would actually watch it, but whatever, I still want to play it. And then the DLC Super Hot Mind Control Delete, which is, well, not DLC, it's an early access remake of the game. Is this the one that is more of an anime style of the game? Because they also let another developer make more of a samurai anime style of the game, and maybe that's what this is. But whatever, I'll put both of them on the follow list and move forward. Super SU is brand new, so we can put that on the follow list. By brand new I mean less than a year old. Next we have another visual novel, P. Para, Chapter 1, Spring Has Come. Rated very positively. tagged visual novel. Not really sure why this made it to the wish list in the first place, though. Let's see, Manga Gamer publishes a lot of these things. Yeah, but I'm still not sure why this one would have been on the list. But I guess I'll leave it on the list. Next we have the Supreme League of Patriots and their multiple different versions. So issue 1, I just found this point and click adventure game, but it looks pretty interesting as kind of a funny politics spoof style game without getting actually political, I imagine. And it's from 2015, so it's not probably going to be offensive. Episode 2 in continuation. Not a lot of people play this game, so I really am vouching for it just on the 78% of 14 reviews. Then episode 3, might need to do some research to make sure that's the end of the story and it's not just a abandoned game. That could be an issue. Certainly that it was supposed to be 5 issues and it was only 3 and it didn't go anywhere. Let's see. It's actually a single game split into 3 for some totally inexplicable reason. I think the reason might be so that they could charge more money. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it on the wish list. Next we have Surfaced Alone in the Mist Collector's Edition, and if it ends in Collector's Edition, it's published by Big Fish Games, almost certainly, as a hidden object game for $9.99. This is part of a collection of hidden object games, so I guess I want to leave it on the wish list, but probably not even at that. I'll be super generous and leave it on the wish list, but I almost certainly would never pay $10 for a hidden object game. Next we have a game called Survivalist, which is a zombies RPG game. It doesn't look amazingly good in the graphics department, and I think that's what's going to sell me off of this game, or do the opposite of sell me on the game. Yeah, this looks boring, it looks ugly. Let's see. This is just not good looking. So I'm gonna remove this from the wish list. And this developer hasn't made anything since then, although it is talking about here that the sequel will have bunnies and stealth. Next we have Suzy Cube, which is a 3D platformer. Again, possibly a Mario-esque style game. Want to play as many of those as possible. It's 84% positive. It's already past the threshold, so I don't see a reason to not just leave it on the wish list. Next we have Swarm Universe, and then for it, SWA, we may be very close to the end. Seems like this is a weird game. It says multiplayer as a tag. Yeah, this looks like a bullet hell style game that It's just gonna have the entire screen full of particle effects and things that are gonna make it very difficult to see what's going on. And yeah, the game just doesn't look that interesting. Otherwise, it just looks distracting. So I'm gonna remove it. And they've already made a previous game called Swarm Arena. Interesting. Next we have Swarm Riders, which is a free-to-play game, but it too doesn't look that interesting. A free endless runner twin stick shooter. I'm not a big fan of either one of those genres. Yeah, it just seems like this would just go on forever and ever, and it'd be entertaining for about 5 minutes. Then you'd lose interest. Has this developer made anything else? Ubermosh, which I thought about playing one of the several Ubermosh games. I've heard people talk about it, and I love the thumbnail art style of it, but the actual game looks pretty bad, and it just does not look like a game I want to play in any of its iterations. Moving forward, next we have Sweet Fantasy, which is a visual novel with sexual content and nudity between a flower girl and a, what's she, elf, purple elf girl. $3.99. The censored content creator is probably the only content creator to follow on Steam, in case you're interested. 1 to 2 hours of games. It's an English and Russian game, so it might be a troll game, but it seems like it's probably fine for what it is. And yeah, we certainly ran into a lot of lewd games. Next we have Swim Out, which is a puzzle game where you are trying to position the, I guess, blue swimmer to escape the pool, and different red swimmers will block your path. And then you have like other kinds of abilities. Interesting. This feels a lot like the Hitman Go game, but I'm fingers crossed hoping it's a little bit more enjoyable to play than that is. Whereas the Hitman Go level layout just was not that good, and it caused me to not want to really finish the game. I think I did finish it, but it took a lot of effort. Next we have Sword Art Online games, which Sword Art Online, certainly an anime series that has a lot of relevancy from Bandai Namco, and Bandai Namco will certainly license and sell a ton of games. It's a JRPG, MMORPG, but I think you could play single player. By the time I got around to playing some of these games, and who knows which one, this one's from August 12th, 2018. Who knows if Sword Art Online is still the big, important game of the season. But whatever. And then Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet, which is Sword Art Online based off the TV series season like 3. I'm gonna drink some water, so take a moment, take a break, pause. So, where the Sword Art Online original series was a fantasy MMORPG inside the inside of the story. Fatal Bullet is more of a third-person shooter, sci-fi style of story, so it's kind of different. There's now a season that's set in Gun Gale Online, the sci-fi fantasy game inside of the sci-fi fantasy game of Sword Art Online, in this instance. But there's one now that kind of doesn't have any of the characters from the previous seasons and just goes in a completely different direction. Whereas Hollow Realization Deluxe Edition was from 2017, and yes, it's back to the fantasy and the main characters of Kirito and Asuna. The funny thing here is, in the anime series, the actual gameplay and game they're playing in the inside the show is not really that important and doesn't get covered much. It's just kind of a backdrop of an idea. It's selling the isekai concept, the another world concept that's really popular right now in anime. Moving on, we have Sword Legacy Omen, which is another turn-based tactics game. Looks kind of like an XCOM game, but set in a fantasy world. It's rated 79% positive, though. And since I'm running out of Steam, absolutely, I think I will just generously decide to leave this on the wishlist. Although, now that I'm starting to see more of the gameplay, I think it actually looks pretty good. So I want this on the wishlist in particular. Next we have Sword of the Guardian, which only has 16 reviews, so I can just put it on the follow list, and we can check back next year. And we have Swordbreaker the game, which is 82% positive. I'm trying to figure out if I remember this game. Let's see. Skip forward, show me some actual gameplay. Or is this actual gameplay? Is this a... Oh, it's a visual novel. It's an interactive fiction game. Wow, I did not realize that that is what it was. Well, it's 82% positive for a Western visual novel. It actually looks well animated. That is a surprise, certainly. And then the next game they developed by this developer is a very low effort trivia game. What happened between 2015 and 2018? Did somebody hack their account? Well, I'll leave Swordbreaker on the wishlist, though. Moving forward, we have Swords of Gargantua, which is not even out yet, so we can just put that on the follow list. Not to be confused with Sword of the Guardian. Swords of Gargantua, a completely different game. Next we have a game that is mixed called Swordy, that looks like it's just a arena fighter game. Alright. It's an early access too. Yeah. Easy enough. Remove that from the wish list. I'm thinking we're very, very close to the end. Next we have Siberia, steampunk point-and-click adventure game. Of course that's going to stay on the list, and this will be a Siberian block, where we should have Siberia and Siberia 2 at the very least. And Siberia 3, which is 48% positive. Oh, that kind of sucks. You'd think it wouldn't, that the series would have gone out with a bang. Why do people hate this? You love the previous Siberia games, you'd better stay away from this one. The story is quite alright despite some characters being completely blank. However, it is the gameplay that will make you cry in no time. The controls are disastrous, the camera angles change so fast you feel nauseous, and the game looks like it's a Skyrim mod. Also played for 2 hours, saw no Yuki, that was the last straw. So this seems like it's just a very bad continuation of the series. And let's see, Siberia 3 came out in 2017. Siberia 1 came out in 2012, so 15 years difference there. Siberia 2 came out in 2004. So yeah, I would definitely want to make sure to play the first two, and maybe then, depending on how I felt about the experience of the first two, maybe I'd be willing to ruin it by playing the third. Or maybe I just don't play the third. Next we have Symphony, which is a musical shoot 'em up. I don't generally like to play shoot 'em up games, but it sounds interesting, and again, you're playing with your own sound music collection, so I could play that and not get content ID'd, copyright claimed by YouTube people, random people on YouTube. So we'll leave that on the wish list. And next we have Synthetic Legion Rising, which is a roguelike top-down shooter, and I think that's probably enough information to already tell me I don't want this on my wish list. Because I don't like top-down shooters, and this doesn't look particularly different or unique. If anything, it feels like there's too much stuff around. Yeah, I would prefer more open areas. And there's a charge on the weapons, which seems crazy. Well, even though this is 92% positive, I'm still gonna remove it, just as a subjective personal thing. Of course, the developer hasn't made anything else. Moving on. Next we have Synth Rally, local multiplayer arcade game. If this is only multiplayer, as some kind of Hyper Pong style game, which it seems like it is, I could never play it because I'm just not gonna have anybody local to play multiplayer. So I'll remove that game. And next we have System Crash. It's a story-driven cyberpunk card game. It says 90% positive. Came out in 2016. I think I'll just leave these card games on the wish list, but probably would never play them. Let's see. It's a collectible card game too, so the idea of getting all the cards might actually require microtransactions, but I don't think it really is a collectible card game as much as it is a deck builder game. Or maybe you just get the cards through gameplay and there is no microtransactions. Anyways, I'll just leave it on the wish list. Next we have System Shock. This is the 2018 rebuild of System Shock. I haven't played the original. I believe I own the original. But yeah, if this comes out and this is good, which hopefully it is, from Night Dive Studios, then I'd like to play it. I'm not 100% sure that the way it's being remade is going to change the game enough to make it feel like a modern game, though. And so there could still be some rough roughness in playing the new System Shock. And at that point, we are done. It has been an incredibly long journey. Apologies for that. I do think I am at the very least going to record a special video to attach, and I probably am going to break up this into 2 episodes. This was just way too long, and if S is this long, I'm suspecting T will be even longer, so maybe T will actually be 3 episodes. Just because there's so many games that started with S, and it's not just games that started with the word super, it's just a ton of games that started with the word S. Did we even talk about Snake Pass on the wish list, or did I somehow skip it? I feel like I'm skipping some of these games. I definitely have that feeling. I totally want Snake Pass. That would be at the top of my wish list. I guess I could come over and look and see if Snake Pass made it in the list. No, it didn't. So we totally skipped Snake Pass, which tells me that through this process, something is causing me to skip some games. And whatever, I mean, we're still making a significant amount of progress. I have a ton of games here to move to the follow list, a ton of games to just remove from the wish list. In general, it is still taking me forever to get to the bottom of the S's. The good news is, if you look on the right of the screen, we at some point vastly surpassed the halfway point of the wish list. Probably because I had to reload the wish list, and when I reloaded the wish list it was a lot shorter because of all of the games that had been removed up until this point. But you can see we are even a little bit past 3/4 of the way done. By the time we're done with T, I imagine the slider might be closer to this, and then the remaining letters of the alphabet will probably be pretty simple. Anyways, that's gonna be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.